And there we go. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, on the screen, we have our wonderful Bob, the volcano. And of course it got named Bob because I had no way of saying Gelding Gadarla or Fragrel Fjol at the time. And that is what we ended up naming it. So we've got Bob, Bob Jr. and Mini-Me on the screen. And those are the lovely, lovely volcanoes that we seen to start things off. And that started off my volcano live streaming career as well. So, and yes, I know this video is from the 20th of March at 17:33 is what the clock is indicating there. And of course, that is about 22 hours after it initially started. It started on the 19th at about 1900, and smoke and everything was noticed, and that's when it officially started. So my day one is almost day two, just so everyone is clear on that, and that there's no misconceptions there. So we were always kind of behind by one day. But anyway, long story short, it's wonderful to see that this thing is now 2 years old. It is awesome, and it really did start a bunch of wonderful and different things, and I thought it was kind of neat to be able to do that. So anyway, I want to say thank you everyone for sticking around. Thank you for those people who are still with VolcanoX, which started out as Volcano Eruption live stream originally, and glad that you guys are sticking with it and enjoying the shows. And actually yesterday was kind of an interesting point too for me. It was well, in my playlist it's officially show number 700 was yesterday. This is show number 701. Technically we're about 707, but I had to take a few of them down because of those copyright issues. But nonetheless, this is where we are at. So you know, doing so many shows already, having reached over 700 shows is very, very incredible. And glad that you guys are all still here. And I want to say thank you for all the welcomes or welcome backs. I didn't go through those. I was too busy in my mind trying to get other things worked out. As in what to do and how to show things and what to say, and of course I don't script any of this stuff, so it is one of those things we let it all go. I try to be me rather than trying to put it all into technical wording and you know, that kind of stuff. So I think it brings it a little bit more together as a family thing if we do this unscripted and just go. And it's work for 700 plus shows, so I'm thinking we're going to keep on doing this for a while, at least a dozen or two more years. And we'll see how things go. And speaking of the future, I just want to address that real quick. I will be taking probably a couple of days off here and there on occasion, but for the most part we'll try to continue with having our daily live streams as the way it is. and continue to, go at it with unscripted material, just good points of interest, things like that. And hopefully we'll continue to keep learning, and as we educate each other on this stream. And I think that's the most important part, is that we've had a lot of people in here doing exactly that. I mean, we're all a big family, and it's not just me trying to teach people things. I may be the voice, but we're all in this together, and we all share what we see in our experience, and what we notice and observe and things like that. And everyone's welcome is, or input is welcome. So that is the important part, that everybody needs to know and understand. Dr. Fox, you need rest sometimes, and that is normal. Hermian, no, I'm an alien. We keep going. Yeah, every once in a while you do need to take a little bit of rest here and there, and do our thing. So, but it is all good. I've everyone done well. Dr. Fox on over 700 shows. Best one on YouTube. Awesome, thank you. What? Yeah, we will rest when we die. Exactly, Gary. Yeah, then there'd be lots of time for resting. But for now, I figure we've got a good 20 plus years left to go. So we'll take a look. Maybe I'll talk to Irish Monk, get some of his special stuff there, and maybe I'll live a few dozen more years after that. Anyway, love doing this, so we're going to keep doing it. And I do appreciate every one of you being here and helping out and supporting the channel. And of course, it's because of you guys that this channel actually exists. If it wasn't for you guys, there wouldn't be a reason to be here. So thank you to every one of you. And let's kind of get at things. I do want to say happy birthday, or anniversary, if you want to call it that, to Bob, the volcano. So that is all good, and it is fantastic. Why does that keep stalling? Every once in a while it seems to stall out a little bit, but don't know why that is on that replay like that. Anyway, we'll get at things. So first person in today, Tom again. I don't know how he did that. Just snuck in the door real quick and got himself some cookies. Hey, I didn't even set out the lava cookies. There, I have to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. People in the lounge are going to worry. Whoops, I forgot the cookies. Darn it. Here comes the cookies. Actually, we're going to add a few extra cookies today. So you got lots of cookies. There we go. And they're set out. So munch away. It's party time. Anyway, awesome to see our wonderful volcano. And back in the day when we were first starting this, of course, for myself, I was following the tremors and things like that, and it was always interesting to see, expecting another volcano to pop up in Iceland, and then of course once I got a hold of what it was there, as far as where the earthquakes were happening, and the shifting of the swarm from down south to up north, and then back down to south, and then popped right here in the middle of everything. which was really quite interesting to see, and pretty awesome. And for those who aren't familiar with this scene, of course, this is Geldingadarler, that's the valley it is in. The big mound in the backdrop there, let me get on there and just kind of point at it. This mountain back here, Storihöger. This, of course, was a Theater Hill, and then Ragnar actually opened up in this area over here, and that is where Ragnar is. So Ragnar isn't in the same spot as where Bob originally started, and that is very cool to see. It was awesome to see that, though, once it started out. And I think it is, good time that we had another volcano popping up. Pardon me. I'd love to see another one there in the Fragenfeld area. It would really be cool and awesome to see that. And of course, this area does lay right on top of the fissures, so the possibility of seeing it happen again is very much so there. So having said that, anyway, I'm going to say hi to everyone that's in the chat already, and good to have you all on board. Hang on for a sec. Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, you see all kinds of things flying around, and of course I back then I didn't know any better and left all this stuff stuck on top of the page, so that all got recorded, and we'll turn our big banner off here. That we can do because that is current, and I would have changed things a little bit had I known what I was doing back then. I basically jumped in very, very quickly when we were able to start live streaming this, and I thought it was pretty awesome. Anyway, let's say hi to everyone. We'll start out with Kevin Haynes and Juliet and Sophie and MT Coalforge, Mars 2028, welcome. Alba Girl is here. John Raper on board. King Colin Deadman, welcome. Philomena is here. Welcome. Speedy Dormos, good to have you back on board. And Sophie is, Bob is under Ragnar. Yeah, well, this is Bob, though. And Bob is buried now, unfortunately. But he still lives. And so that is a very, very cool and interesting. And we'll get into that in a bit. Hermione and Fluffy also here. Welcome. Did I get John? Yeah, I think I did. And scrolling up, BMAT is in the house. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board there, Sir William. And let's see. Who else? We got Sue Hayes is here. Welcome, Sue. Glad to have you here. Kananaskis Country, I hope you got your notification today. You and Susie both didn't get one yesterday, so I don't know why it did what it did from YouTube, but we're not responsible for those. It's YouTube. And also Brian, Perfectibility 999 in the house. Got Alba Girl already. Okay, scrolling up, looking for more wonderful names that I may have missed. Yeah, we got John, got Alba, got Sue, Sophie. Yep. Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. Glad to have you on board. Raymond Bensler also here. Russell Bernard also here. Welcome. And, Russell is a Brainerd. Sorry, I mispronounced that. Wessex Dragon, welcome. Okay, going up a little bit more, looking at who else is here. Somebody just threw in a $20 super chat. Linda Schoof. Wow, thank you very kindly, Linda. That is awesome. And Linda throws in that wonderful super chat. Thank you very kindly, Linda. I appreciate that wonderful support. And you are one of the good ones that has helped out quite a bit. I do appreciate it. We got Raymond. Yep. Let's see. Going up, looking for more. Layla is in the house as well. Welcome, Layla. And going up more and more and more, looking for others. Scott Hartman is here. Welcome. And still scrolling up, looking for other wonderful names. Guess we got those. Tanto is in the house. Welcome, Tanto. Tanto, since you're fairly new to looking at this footage, I don't know if you were around back when the first day, the second day of the original streaming. That is what this is actually my first day of streaming the volcano. And yeah, the volcano was nicknamed Bob because I couldn't pronounce Fragerdelfjall or Geldingedarler. So just so yeah, you got that in there. And I was surprised. Bob was so fitting. It made it a lot easier for everyone. Still going up and chuckling about that, but okay, I'm up as far as I can go, so that is all cool. And yeah, that was one of the things that was it was difficult to say. And actually, I think when I inadvertently did that, I didn't realize that me calling it Bob on the screen when I was naming it, that it would take off like wildfire. And literally, it ended up getting a call Bob and Bob Jr. and Mini Me, and you know, the first time I mentioned Bob, somebody came back into my stream and had said, you know, they're calling it Bob over in the other streams now too, eh? And I thought to myself, wow, that was quick. And I thought that was real neat. And in a way, a little bit of gratitude there. But it certainly helped out with, you know, the popularity of that volcano and growing. And for the English-speaking community, it did fairly well. And I certainly did not have any intention of any kind of belittlement to the Icelandic language in any way, shape, or form. It is somewhat difficult to do. So to pronounce, and you know, it may be easy for Icelandics to be able to say those things, but for us people who aren't quite so astute at the pronunciation of some of these things, and that's how we ended up with the name Bob. And you know, it took off like wildfire. And in a way, I don't know. It seemed to me as the culprit who started it. Kimmy Lambert, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Kate also popped in. I recall thinking it was probably named Bob by the world. Yeah, actually, Kate, it was me who put it on the screen, and those there was, I think, about 700 people in the stream at the time, and then it was reported back to me a few minutes later that they're now calling it Bob in TalkStream as well as one of the other ones, and I thought that was kind of hilarious. So Piggy, welcome. I see you there. Hugs, and I'd give you a cart, but I'm busy right now. Everybody give Piggy some crayons. She needs them. And in her new sty, she's got the new bales moved in there, so that'll be all good. Where did a Sith from what? Where did Sith form, Doc? Sith was over to the left-hand side of this stream. Let me his gremlins. What, Dr. Fox? Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. Blame it on me, Piggy. Yeah. You have enough of your own gremlins. You don't need any more. Trounce around snaffling crayons. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, that is all awesome. Yeah, Sif didn't come along for a few days after this, so it was almost what was it? Just about the 17th of this started in March, so it was the 7th, I think it was, of April that we ended up with the fissure opening up and Sif developing. So timeline-wise, I think that's where it was, somewhere around there. Wasn't thinking about that much right now, but 7th or 17th, one of the two that comes to mind. But pretty cool, and it was a neat. A whole truck for Piggy. Oh boy, that's awesome. Way to go, Linda. And let's see, Tom Winter, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Let's see, did I miss anyone else popping in here? I think we may have had some others sneak in the door here that I missed. But welcome to all of you. Glad to have you all here. And Layla throughout crayons. Mars 2028, welcome. And Jane Mary also here. Welcome, Jane. And did I miss anyone else sneaking in? Let's see. I don't see anyone else right now. Juliet. I think Juliet got in here. I mostly rewatch in my breaks from work. Very soothing. The time difference doesn't allow me to be in the live when I have work. Not a problem, and you know that's why we do those streams. Or recordings of the streams, and that I think is important to keep that popularity up. While we're talking about things like that, I do have some things that I'm working on. I'm always trying to get things going in the background with other people, so I have reached out to Andy Volcano, which is actually Addy is his name, but Andy Volcano is one that I want to get involved in with and try to bring into our line of thinking to help out with some of that wonderful material, since he is over in Indonesian area and has a little bit of expertise over there doing his thing. So being a volcano guide and a decent photographer, and of course that would be nice to help him grow his YouTube channel, as well as give us some other stuff there in addition to that. So you know, it's things like that. We try to reach out to all kinds of different places around the world. I mean, we do have Michael from Italy for over in Etna, and I think to kind of get someone from every part of the world would be kind of nice to help out with providing us with some decent coverage and be able to throw things in, and that'll be awesome to keep going with this stream. So always reaching out to do those things, and you know, we try to move forward. A happy Mother's Day to all in the UK. Is it a UK Mother's Day already? Yeah. Let's see, what else we got? I'm just trying to think of where else I'm trying to push the stream. And of course, it's always trying to get decent cameras and want to avoid, getting any strikes or anything like that, or copyright violations. And to branch out a little bit more is certainly definitely a good thing. So volcano network of volcano channels, and that's exactly it, Sue. That's kind of what I feel we should be doing, and I think a lot of us who are in this same kind of thing. I'll use Lou and Anna as examples, and two pineapples. We're kind of the same thought pattern where we want to collaborate and grow, and we understand the audience is large enough for everyone, and why try to be the exclusive when we can join in and get a group and get a larger lava family in the whole realm of things to make it work. And I think that's the kind of the crux of what I'm getting at is let's all be one big happy family and let's make it go. Like I keep telling everyone, there are over 4 billion YouTube users that watch YouTube. And when we have that many people on YouTube, I mean, wow, surely out of that there are going to be several million that like watching volcanoes. And like I say, the market is there, the marketplace, if we're talking about setting business standards. But that's kind of where we want to push forward, and I wouldn't mind doing this full time as a work to do just the live streams and the volcano channel, and that would be pretty awesome to be able to do that. Speaking of volcano channels, I was kind of thinking of how am I going to work this. I do want to kind of rename the channel rather than using the DrFox2000 title, although that is unique. I do want to use the VolcanoX as the forte, if you will. And that's something I got to work on yet. So that will be coming in the future. But we will take a look and see how we can build on that, so that's some of the, Dr. Fox, a brand new stream for Stromboli and just started called, Vendetta Live. Yeah, the ones that give the strikes out left, right, and center. Be very careful, Kim. Do not use their material. You will receive strikes if you use their material. Vendetta is what they call it. We call them a vendetta, and they are very, very self-centered, if you want to call it that. I don't know. They're in business doing their own thing, right? So they are basically promoting tours and things like that, and I can understand that. And I've tried to approach them, and it is one of those things. I don't think they want to be part of anyone else. They don't want to be, kind of talked to even about things. So. I'm going to leave them alone, and I won't worry about them. They do have a whole series of cameras out there, Kimmy, just so you're aware of it. So if you see anything that says Vendetta on it, be careful. Webs are for sharing, and but not for those guys, and not for a news flare either. That's another one that is. News flare is basically another one of those countries that wants you to contribute to them, and then they take away any possibility of making any money because they then own the rights. They want contracts. I thought, yeah, right. We'll get right on that. Things like that. So, that's another one to watch out for. So that's called News Flare. Be careful. Anyway, on those things, I'm not trying to be mean or rotten and bash other places, but some people don't want to be nice to the rest of us. So, hey, so be it. It's okay. We will leave that be, and we will keep going with what we do. It's a little strange that they don't want to expand their audience. And that's exactly right, Mars 2028. That is exactly right. And it can do its thing. Doc, when I go to Rome in July, will give them an offer they can't refuse. That's awesome, Tom. Yeah. And we'll see what happens. Just be careful, Tom. Very careful. Oh, anyway, lots of fun. It is just about break time. Before we go to the break, though, let's do a quick peek at our harmonic tremors, because we do have some tremor activity that we should be aware of, and I'm going to refresh that real quick. So just looking at what we're seeing on our Fragedalfjeld and chart, and I like it, and we do see some extra spikes in here and some heavier activity right in here and a larger quake in the area. So we do have something happening there, and that is always very, very interesting. So let's take a look real quick at the one from Grindavik and see Grindavik, of course, is not quite as heavy, and that makes you wonder what's going on. And looks like Fragedalfjeld is more the business center right now. But if we go down and take a look at the other one from Krusavik, and that's, we're hoping it's kind of the same thing, but I know Krusavik is also a little bit busier. There's Krusavik, and it did show some of the quakes a little bit taller on their scale, but we did not see an uptick that large and down there. So they're holding their own, but not quite as good as the increase that we see in Fragedalfjeld. Having said that, that is also something that is really cool, and we will definitely go over the earthquakes when we come back from the break. For right now, just to show you Grimsey real quick, it was up, went down a bit, up a little more, and back down. Looks like we are on a downward trend in the magmatic, seismic, and tectonic areas. So that's what we've got going on there. And the other one I wanted to look at real quick is Askja. And where's Askja? There's Askja. And we do see an Askja had a very large quake as well, and an increase in activity, but their sensors quit. So I don't know what's going on there. Hopefully their sensor will come back online in a while, and we'll be able to see what is progressing through there. So for right now, we'll leave it back on Fragedalfjeld. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to put this back on the lava flow. That is, of course, from the 20th of March at 1806 is what's on that clock. So that's still within that first 24 hours of when when Bob first started erupting. And that is what we've got. So Frosty username says, happy second birthday to the volcano in Geldingadarler. And that is Bob. Yes. So we do appreciate Bob. thank you, Piggy, for letting me know it is a break time. And yeah, we do have that Happy Birthday Bob on there as the choppers flying over it and celebrating as well. So anyway, that is pretty awesome. Thank you for renewing their Frosty username. I do appreciate it, and all good. Okay, time for me to go take a break. We'll leave that on, throw some music on. For those good people who are here, please hit that like button if you haven't done so as of yet. And we will continue on with the show after the break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are seeing day one of our streaming from Geldingadarler in Iceland. So we'll leave that on. And hit the like, hit the subscribe, and we'll be back. Don't go away. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. A few more people popped in. Juliet is leaving. Welcome to Thor. Bye to Juliet. And who else has snuck in here? We got Layla earlier. Kirst also made it in. Welcome, Kirst. Glad to have you on board. And Scott Hartman also in here. Thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Tanto and Mars 2028 and Jane and Hermione and Fluffy and Sue and Scott and Kananaska's Country. I was going to ask Kananaska's Country, did you get your notification today? And thanks also to John there and Kevin. And Frosty username saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, but I don't think you're singing it like Sharon Stewart does. Yes, I did. Thank you. All right, good. Don't thank me, thank YouTube. And I'm just wondering, did you reset your notifications? Because I think that is something that might have been the issue there. I don't know why. Yeah, you did? Okay, cool. Well, glad to hear that that happened. Anyway, we did have a look at the harmonic tremor charts, and we are seeing an upswing in activity in Geldingadar Fraggrafjell area, so all good in that sense. But let's go have a look at the earthquakes, and we'll take a look at that. Just got to get myself on the map. I'm liking what I see here. Lots of quakes in the bottom. This is where it's supposed to be, and keep us happy. But let's start over here on the other end though first, since we don't have anything way up, nothing out by Grimsey or that area. Let's work our way down real quick and see what we've got cooking. 0.41 in magnitude, 5.8 kilometers down from 1557 for that guy. Moving down a little bit more, 0.52, 7 kilometers down, 1126 for him. And look what's happening around Askia. This is kind of interesting. Anyway, biggest one at Askia is this 2.47, 3.8 kilometers down from 738 this morning. And then there was another one right beside it. I'm trying to get to the other one. The 0.87, 3.5 kilometers down, 742. Then we got a 0.68, 4 kilometers down, 5:59 a.m. And then we've got a 1.09, 23 kilometers down, way deep, from 2:16 a.m. And then a 0.38, 4 kilometers down, 5:43 a.m. A 0.2 from 5.2 clicks down, 11:03 a.m. 7:42 a.m. Another 0.3, 5 kilometers down. The latest one here from 2035, a 0.2 in magnitude, 6.3 kilometers down. And let's not forget this, a 0.42, 5 kilometers down, 8:04. So that is that area at Astia. Really not indicating anything coming up. And, we look at that and kind of go, well, maybe we will see something there, maybe we won't. Anyway, looking over here, biggest one of the day, earthquake-wise, 3.15. And that is over at Bardabunga, and that is 3.6 kilometers down. 14:59 was the time on it. Then we've got a 0.2, 5.2 clicks down, 15:47, and a 0.74, 3.6 kilometers down from 15:44, and a 0.9 from 1.1 kilometers down from 1924. And that is kind of what we're seeing there. Then over near Grimsvatn, we do have a couple quakes. There's a 1, and it's 2.5 kilometers down from 1926. The other one is underneath it, and it's a 0.4, and that is 1.1 kilometers down from 1926 as well, just slightly off to the northeast of it. And leaving that alone, going down here in the bottom, we do see a 0.51, 8.5 kilometers down from 8:25 in the morning. And then we have a whole bunch out here to no rhyme or reason, really. I want to turn on the plate and boundary map. You can see that red line going through there. That kind of tells you that's the North American plate. This is the Eurasian plate. So different stuff going on in different places. And let's see, this one is a 0.8, 1.1 kilometer down from 9:39 a.m. 0.82, 1.5 kilometers down from 9:39. And then over at Katla, this is here, 3 quakes, 0.99, surface quake 135 meters down, 1:49 a.m. for that one. The next one is from 1:51. It's a 0.7, also a surface quake, and that is 135 meters down, 0.7, likely ice movement. Then we've got a 1.23, 5.9 kilometers down, 11:32. Definitely not ice movement for that one. And let's slide over to our Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, that is where our action is, and we want to be there. Anyway, I give you the lowdown of where we are. There's your Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarvik. And if we go down here, the town of Grindavik. And of course, the very famous Blue Lagoon and the power plant right beside it. And that is all awesome. And of course, the capital city of Reykjavik right there with all the little extra communities around it. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these little quakes here. This one, a 0.08, 2.2 clicks down, 1:19 is the time on it. And this one from 11:57, a 0.18, 2.3 kilometers down. We've got a 0.4, 3.8 clicks down from 1750. We'll grab this 0.1, 11.6 clicks down from 1812. And get into that little stack. Newest one out of there, a 0.8. And come on, there we go. 3.2 kilometers down for that 0.8 from 2017 today. And then we've got this one here is from 7:04 a.m. 0.75, 3.3 clicks down, a 0.03, 4.3 kilometers down from yesterday at 21:33. And then this one 7:03 a.m. for this 0.41, 4.5, sorry, 2.5 kilometers down. There we go. We got those words working. Another one from yesterday at 21:33, 0.04, very small, 4, not quite 4, 3.764 kilometers down for that one. Stragglers out here, 0.1, 11.6 clicks down from 1812. Did we get that 0.4? 3.8 kilometers down, 1750. Moving over a little bit more, we see this one here, 0.72, 7.5 kilometers down, 1:15 a.m. A little stack right here of all kinds of different stuff. This one is a 1.11, 4.2 kilometers down from 10:57. 1.93, 5.4 kilometers down from 4:12 a.m. Then we got a 0.83, 4.3 kilometers down, 7:10 a.m. 0.81, 4.2 kilometers down at 4:21 a.m. And we want this one next, 0.81, 4.3 clicks down, 4:40. 0.84, 4.1 kilometers down, 16:18, and 0.93 from 4.2 kilometers down, 7:28 this morning for that guy. Zooming back out, going down here, grabbing these other ones. A larger one we'll get afterwards, a 0.76, 230 meters down, 5:28 this morning, and then we had a 2.42, 5.3 kilometers down, and that came in at 12:50. And then we've got a few over here, 1.1, 4.2 kilometers down, and that is 11:28. And then we've got from 11:24, 0.73, 3.5 kilometers down. 0.1, 3.8 kilometers down from 17:52. This one, is that 7:52? Yeah, today. Okay, not yesterday, today. 9:09 a.m. we had a 0.78, 4.1 kilometers down, and a 1.02 from 3.7 kilometers down, 16:06 was the time on it. Moving over a little bit, we got those guys, and now we get over beside Kristevik. We've got a 0.77, 3.777 kilometers down at 9:11 at time-wise. And this one, 0.66, 5.6 kilometers down, 4:43 a.m. And then I want to look at where we are. The outline here. That is Fjeld. That is our wonderful system where we want these earthquakes. We want things to happen. We're going to grab this 0.14 first. 3.6 kilometers down, 8:44 a.m. for that 0.14. Very small. Let's look at these though, and I'm happy to see these here. Biggest one first, 2.17, 5.9 kilometers down, 11:37. And then we've got this one, 0.46, 5.1 clicks down, 5:07 a.m. 0.61, 5.9 kilometers down from 13:52. 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down, 12:59. 0.26, 4.8 kilometers down from 4:53. 0.43, 5.6 kilometers down, 9:07 a.m. Then a 0.33, 5.1 kilometers down from 14:30, and a 0.33, 4.8 kilometers down from 11:41. So the fact that we've got those within our Fjeld area is good. Siggy Fisher is right here. This is where our Geldingadarler's big thing is, and that's Ragnar, of course, and all the other little dead events that didn't produce too much. And of course, this is Meridalier Valley, Geldingadarler, and we go down to Nothagi and Notkriki area over there. This one we got already, and we'll leave him alone. Let's go take a look at this 0.22 just off shore. 4.8 kilometers down, 7:14 for him. And then we have this 0.3, 4.9 kilometers down, and that is 3:06 a.m. for him. 0.72, 1.9 kilometers down. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. 15:36 was the time on this. And 15:30 we had a 0.02, 3.2 kilometers down, and then we got a little bit of a stack out here, and 1.66, 6.7 kilometers down. Yesterday's at 22:20. And another one from yesterday, 22:13, 0.69, 5.9 kilometers down. Then a 1.35, 6.4 kilometers down from 19 minutes after 10 p.m. And that is also yesterday's. And then one more here, yesterday's as well, from 22:14, 0.42, 5.7 kilometers down. And one last quake showing, and that is a 0.9, 8.7 kilometers down from today at 36 minutes after midnight. And that is all that we have for quakes. So very interesting to see. Yvonne did mention that the energy would be transferred over to Bardabunga from Askia. I'm still thinking, you know, we're going to see this area rumble and continue to rumble for quite some time. What I am kind of happy to see, though, we are seeing more quakes on the Rakens, and that is always nice to have. I'd love to see a lot more happening in here, though, in the Eruption area. That, of course, is where our wonderful Ragnar lives, and Bob, and the original stuff. I can't believe I'm still waiting for the lava from Gelding Gedarner to reach the sea. Maybe one day. A sleepy dormouse, yeah, you know, that was one of those things. It did things that we didn't expect it to do. And I know my guess was off. And I will be the first to admit that. And there was a lot of other people here that also kind of had their estimates in, and I can't remember. I think I was day 147 or something, and if I recall, and I mean we're way off, right? So it is what it is. But one day we'll see. We may still see some lava get out there. That would be really, really awesome if it did, and that would be really cool, truly. You know, I'd rather see it come out to the sea over here than have it pop over here into Grindavik and that area. And now knowing how the lay of the land is there, even if we do get a spill over into not Creaky, I think they could contain that very easily by a small berm and have it flow back the other way here. Although the highway is definitely susceptible to doing its thing. Be nice if it did erupt again. Yeah, it will. Of course, it's just a matter of when. That's the thing. The likelihood of another eruption in that area is actually quite high. You know, again, if we kind of zoom out a little bit, with all these quakes on here, well, we can kind of hide those for a second. Let's just take those off. I'm going to go draw on there with my crayons, and just to kind of give you an idea. Let's see if I go in just a little bit. There we go. To give you an idea where that magma chamber underneath there lives, it basically is underneath this area. So if we draw it like this will give you a pretty good idea where that magma chamber would be underneath that area. And of course, you know, you take a look, and we're just about right in the middle here. That would be the location for Ragnar and where Bob started. So that's kind of the neat area. So if that is roughly that magma chamber, that's sizable, and again, it could produce something along anywhere along that area, and the likelihood of it doing more eruptive activity is actually very, very high. So that is something to consider. Hill shading, I don't know if that's on. Okay. Oh, I see what it did. There, we don't need hill shading on. That's all right. But yeah, it gives you a pretty good idea, you know, what we've got going on there. And I certainly hope that we do see in our future something happening within a short period of time. And I know geologically a short period of time is 1,000,000 years, but I'm talking a little shorter than that. Just, you know, maybe a year or two, or maybe next week would be nice, right? It is time for a break, you guys, so I'm going to put you back on our lovely scene, and this, I'm not going to change it from this. This is what it was at the time, and we will watch it the way it is. And of course, that is at 1836 on the 20th of March in 2021. and that is what we were seeing, and we'll let that play the way it is. And yep, Poppet's coming out. We got to watch out. And speaking of Poppet, Piggy was called Poppet back then, which is really awesome. Grandma B throws in a $3 super chat. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. Grandma B, and got that in there. Thank you very much for your wonderful support and for being a part of our wonderful lava family, Grandma B. Do appreciate it. Thank you kindly. All right, I'm going to throw some music on. Hit the likes buttons if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing. Join in with the rest of our wonderful lava family. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. I've got the microphone back on. And yeah, Gremlins, what's going on? How come I lost the picture? Oh, there it goes. I'm sorry. Not sure. It's not me doing that. It's the Gremlins. Welcome back from Kevin, and welcome back, Monsieur DrFox2000. Hugs. Thank you, Piggy. And thanks, Alba Girl, and Tanto, and Philomena, and Kananaskis Country, and John, and Sue, and let's see, Hermie and Fluffy as well. And that is awesome. And Mars 2028. Good to have you guys all on board. Anyway, somebody asked a question before we go over to bacon seeds. We will take a look at something. I gave the Gremlins back. Way to go, Piggy. Yeah, I did notice my bit rate jumped up instead of dropping, which is really weird. Typically it goes down, but anyway, the question was asked about the drinking stone. And of course I do still have Google up here on the page, so we'll take a quick look at Google, and just to kind of show you. So Fragat al Fjall is here. That's where our volcano happened, over here, and you can see that map. And anyway, Stoyhrüger, and this is not Hagi Valley, and of course not Hagi doesn't look like that anymore. It's full of lava. But if you take a look at this shot, though, this does give you a pretty good idea where we are at. So the berm that they built was right in here, and of course that kind of stopped the end of the lava. They had the camera looking out this way, and of course we did have our smiling face on that camera, wherever it was. I think right around here somewhere on the ridge. But the drinking stone, just so you're all aware of where that actually is located, that is here, right here. That is the drinking stone, and it did not ever get lava on it. So, although it is originally lava, but that is where it is, and that's kind of what we got. So that is pretty cool, and we can't get any closer to that, but that is the drinking stone, the location. If we go in a 2D dimension here, we can kind of see what it is like. Spin it around a little bit, and that gives you a better perspective if you're kind of inclined with that area. But that was the drinking stone. So that is where it is, and we'll put it back to 3D and zoom back out. There's the highway, the parking spots. I did park both here and here when I was there. So I parked here, and I climbed up this ridge, and of course on top is where our sightseeing thing was of our wonderful volcano. And that would have been over here. So hang on, I spun it around. Yeah, that's right here is where the volcano started. So that's where Bob came up. But yep, that is where it is. So for those who weren't familiar with it, it is right there, and it was untouched. If the lava ever comes for the drinking stone, there's going to be a massive steam explosion. Yeah, there's not much water in that drinking stone. It's rainwater for the most part, from what I understand. So it's all okay. I'm not going to worry about it so much. So all cool, and we'll leave it as that for right now. Let's get over to our bacon seeds. And I'll put that back so I can find my earthquakes later. And of course, this is where we stopped with our bacon seeds. Scary stories abound for a doomsday eruption. Oh, doomsday eruption. everybody had Iceland splitting in half and all kinds of things before as well. You know, with a doomsday. But there are no doomsdays. Anyway, this was the last bacon seed that Piggy had sent us, and we want to kind of show Piggy sending some more. So thank you, Piggy, for sending a few extras. And here's the first one of the day. And that looks like a sophisticated young Piggy. And oinkage, and DJ Puff the Third, welcome. And that, I like that picture. I like his hat. He actually looks good in that hat. That is a very smirky little pig. Anyway, let's get to the next one. This is our next wonderful bacon seed, and that one's got blue eyes, and I don't know what kind of bandana that is, but I don't know. Is that Piggy got a toothache? I have no idea. Private Eye Piggy, very likely. We'll check things out. Maybe we have him on board to make sure the president doesn't do anything wrong today. Or pop in without an appointment. Here's our next wonderful bacon seed, and looks like a young college lady bringing home a present. At least that's what it appears to be. Don't know for sure though. But all awesome. I like that. Dressed up nicely. And next one is this sophisticated guy, and of course he's going for a further education. He does have his glasses on, making sure he can see better, and even they do need glasses on occasion for reading and things. So definitely a good sign that they're taking care of themselves, although I feel that, you know, being such a young pig, having glasses now is kind of a pain. Let's continue on with what we got. Yes, what a Burby pig. Yep. Next one is this one, and looks like dressed up, and what a pink snout on this one. That is really cool. Very, very pinkish snout. And that is awesome. And let's see, Professor Piggy, yep, must be. And next one is this. Here's another smart looking pig. Piggy sent a few, and I figured I'd add a couple. So I found this one. And he was looking pretty sophisticated as well, wearing his glasses. So I thought we'd throw that one in. And let's see, next one is another sophisticated pig, but he is out and about. He's definitely having a wonderful day, has his smoking pipe and everything. And I think he may be a judge or something, a judge pig. I have no idea. Benjamin Pork Crackling. Okay. I don't know. But he looks sophisticated. Yep, a Mayor Piggy, or Mayor Pig. Sherlock. Yeah, Sherlock a pig. Anyway, here's another one. And I think this one is feeling a little caged, but still okay. At least he's outside in the grassy area and doing his thing. And we have one more bacon seed to go, so let's get to it, and we'll have a quick peek and see what it is. And there we go. There is a 3-pack of fuzzies. These are fuzzy little bacon seeds, and it's a 3-pack in a pouch. And so that's how you get them, 3 in a pouch. Pretty awesome to see that. and very, very neat to have an armful of trouble. Yeah, exactly, Piggy. And that is definitely, and they're all smiling. That's the nice part about it. They are all smiling, and you gotta wonder. Definitely gotta wonder. So, three for the price of one. Yeah, definitely worthy of having though. So pretty awesome. And let's see, where shall we go next? We did have a look at our wonderful Iceland already, and we do want to kind of take a look at some of the other stuff around. Well, we didn't really have a look at our shots of Iceland, so I wanted to go over and do those first, and then we will maybe sneak off to Sicily. And here's, of course, the shot from the Perlin Center, looking at the city of Reykjavik. If we go back about 9.5 hours and to see what it was like. A beautiful day there, and a nice day for a second anniversary or birthday, if you want to call it that. Looks pretty awesome, and doesn't look like too many clouds. We'll leave that be, make that small, make the next one a little bit bigger. And for the sunset group, here's the sunset of what we're seeing. And of course there you can see the regional airport there in Reykjavik, sorry. And of course the lawns of the Perlin Center, and a nice sunset to boot. And that is kind of what it was looking like there at sunset time. And about 9.5 hours ago, that is what it was like during the day. So pretty awesome looking, and we like that. Let's close that one down, set it back to live, get to the next one. This one, of course, is out there. You can see the two radio towers at the town of Grindavik over there. And then, of course, over here is the location of the power plant. And the glowing lights in the background here, that is the city of Reykjavik. Let's back that up to about 9.5 hours, get a fair shake. So there we go. No new snow on the ground, which is really nice. And of course, the towers in Grindavik are hard to see during the daytime. That over there is our wonderful volcano. That is Ragnar right there, just the top of it. It's kind of flat, and not this little peak here, but the one behind. That is Ragnar back there. And of course there's the geothermal plant and the area out front, looking pretty awesome. Steam geysers continuing. And of course that's what they're using to run that power plant, is one of the steam geysers over on this side. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's make that one small and put it back on normal. Next one we're looking at, of course, is Katla, and we'll go back about 9.5 hours to see what it looked like during the day. And there you go, that is Katla. Let's increase the quality slightly, and a little sharper looking picture. There we go. And that is pretty awesome looking. Of course it's ice covered. Katla is buried. It's a glacial type of volcano, so if it ever erupts, there'll be some real good explosions there. And that, of course, is the ice that will make that happen. Ice turning to water, water turning into steam at very quick processes, and expanding about 100 times and making the big kaboom. Let's see, John Raper saying all Sade's pavement. Okay, Katla at Ratla. No, Katla doing its thing, and that is pretty awesome. We do see some birds flying around, nesting in the cliffs here, which is really cool as well. But a nice looking shot. And if we go on a little bit further, or back. This is about 5 hours ago, roughly. We do see those clouds moving in, but still sunshine in the viewing area. So looked pretty decent, and I kind of like that. And then, of course, the clouds got a little bit worse later on, I think. Well, maybe not that bad. The system moved through, but that is getting closer to sunset. So really, really cool, really awesome, kind of like that. And we already had a look at the rest of it, so all good. Gonna close that one down. Let's move over. Actually, I'm gonna put it back to this, so I know where that is. And of course, that is our wonderful Bob on what I call day one of streaming this wonderful event 2 years ago, and it was pretty nice to see that happening. And I'm really actually very impressed with the way that worked out, but learned a lot about streaming since then as well, since this was my first go at it back then, and that was the very first day. And we learn quickly. It doesn't take long. Let's go over to our next place of interest, and that will be, well, it'll be Sicily and Italy, I guess, for the most part. So let's start out in Sicily, and we are looking at, of course, Mount Etna. And going to crank the quality up a little bit on that picture, and we will go back in time a little bit. And yeah, let's do it about 5 hours and 50 minutes ago. Notice we see extra steam coming from the southeast vent in the back there, and more steam coming off of the top of our wonderful Etna. So something that I'm thinking is happening there, and if we go back about 11 hours 42 minutes ago, that is the morning shot from 10:42 a.m. That better depicts what we were seeing. And yeah, that's something I was going to say is we are seeing a little bit of extra rumble activity in there. And I'm hoping that we're going to continue to see that. Frosty username saying, I'm off to bed too, and good day / night all. Frosty username, good night, oink oink. And thank you, Piggy, for that 5-minute warning. And let's look at the tremor map or charts here. We did see a lull, and then it picked right back up again. Not sure why we ended up with such a deep lull in the activity all of a sudden, but we can see we're well over that line, and of course we want to see it get over this line for on this chart, to see it pop up above that, to actually start doing some eruptive activity. And this, of course, is depicting kind of almost the same thing, but you see how deep it went there. And I'm really kind of confused as to why it would take such a nasty lull, but that's okay. At least we're seeing it come back up a little bit. And I'm hoping that we are going to see some activity happening there from this wonderful Mount Etna in the near future. It's basically it's doing what it does best, and that starts to rumble down below, and we know that there's stuff moving. And I did ask Yvonne this morning about if we heard anything else, and so far nothing more out of Etna. It's just kind of sitting there doing what it was doing. And that can be a good sign. So hopefully Etna is waking up, and we'll leave it there. Put that one back on live and make it smaller, and I'm actually going to put it on this one. Actually, let's put it on here, And there we can see some Stromboli stuff. And Stromboli is active again, which is really nice to see. And you can see the activity, of course, right in here, doing its Strombolian thing. And of course, down on the thermal, you can definitely see it venting upward. And on occasion, I was watching this morning, it was throwing out some nice stuff. So, yeah, Stromboli considered to be active once again. And, you know, I like seeing that. Definitely gives us a little bit more hope. There it goes, a little bit more of a push, I think. Yeah, we're kind of looking at the vent there. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to really do anything too exciting right now, but still like seeing what we're seeing, and that is a good thing. So definitely doing what the volcano does best. And at least it's not sitting there quiet and idle, not doing a darn thing. That's when we really don't like things happening. That would be awesome if Etna woke up. It certainly would, Kimmy, and we would love that. And yeah, Kimmy, again, just to remind you that Vedetta, just be careful if you're using any of their stuff. That ended up with me getting a bunch of strikes and losing 6 videos off of my streams. So just so you are aware of it. But anyway, okay, I'm off to dinner at my daughter's. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. All right. No worries, Kimmy, and enjoy dinner, and that'll be awesome. Hopefully you'll have something nice to eat there, and that'll be cool. All right, let's see. It is break time, and let's get over to. Yeah, you're not okay. Yeah, don't use it. It's safer. Or you'll have to do something like. What is it? Elob Morts. Elob Morts. If you look at the name, you'll figure that out. Elob Morts. Remember, I'm dyslexic. I read things backwards. Elob Morts will have to appear again. Anyway, be good, you guys, and we'll put you back on the lovely lava of our wonderful Fragile original volcano. There is Bob Jr., and Mini-Me doing their thing. And some lovely, lovely gooey lava pouring out. I wish I would have been over there when that was originally popping out like that. Anyway, on those friendly notes, don't go away, you guys. Hit that like button if you haven't hit it already. This, of course, footage on the screen is from 2021, March 20th, and that was the original Bob erupting. Gotta love it. Yep, like button, subscribe, and I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Keep smiling, and don't go away. Thanks, everyone. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And Piggy saying, welcome back, Sir Fox, a lot. Oh, careful, Piggy. It's the second anniversary of Bob. And thank you, Mars and Alba and Jane and Sue and John and Tanto and Kevin and Kate and Hermione and Fluffy for the welcome backs, and that is awesome. And yes, that is a very lovely sight, of course. And we loved seeing the volcano develop and grow and do its thing. And it was unfortunate that Bob quit. I would have loved to have seen Bob grow up to be the big guy on the block, but hey, Ragnar got that title, so it's all good. We don't mind. Just shows how much the valley filled and swallowed Bob. Yeah, and that is something to really consider with what was going on there. We did, like the level of lava in there. Especially, why am I buffering here? I'm getting some buffering on my stuff here for some reason. Bitrate on the transmission is a little high, but hopefully it's not affecting you guys. Looks like YouTube might be having some trouble again, but no buffering here. Excellent. Yeah, I was seeing some here on my end, but that's okay. Yeah, the deep point is right in here. This bit of stuff right in this area, this of course was one of the lower points in the valley, and actually even off to this side it would have been a little bit lower in the corner here as well. It's kind of a little bit of a rise right here, but just beyond that it was a little lower as well. So very neat to see. And of course, these initial layers of lava that were laid down, they did kind of form the basement of what was the insulating layer, if you will, to what was then deposited there. Oh, they're showing some of the photographs. Yeah, that was some of the photos from the very beginning. With I think there might be a couple close-ups in there. This is actually kind of neat because the close-ups show how close some of those people were. And if you take a look out in the forefront there, you can see people standing there along here, and that gives you an idea of how big that actually was. There you go. And that's how close people were to it. And very, very awesome to see. So some of those photos were really cool. And of course you can see Bob Jr. and Mini-Me over here doing its thing. And there you can see one of the people down here beside the lava. And wow, that is just absolutely wild to be able to see that. I thought it was neat and kind of interesting, and there's a helicopter view from out the window, and while it was raining in the area on that first full day, but pretty cool. And yeah, I like those shots. That was they were truly lucky people indeed to see that. Yep, they were, and it was awesome. I would have loved to have been there on that first day, and like in this this method and shape the way it is, and it would have been nice to get right up and close and personal with it. But even up on the ridge where the camera was mounted was a good location, although I think I would have zoomed in on the cone a bunch more to get some decent shots. But hey, that's just me. It is what it is. Ruve did a fantastic job covering the entire area, and always nice to see that. So Anyway, let's. Bob was just a small boy at this point. Yep, very small. And Hermione, are you going? And oh no, Hermione is still staying. All right. I was alarmed at how close people were. Yeah, they were very, very close, Sleepy Dormouse, and that is one of the things. At first, it was, like people weren't doing things. It sure is hot, a few meters down. Yeah, looking at the depth of the valley there. Yeah, this lava level is way up here. If you're looking at Theater Hill in the background, that's what this hill is called. But that lava level is up here somewhere. And so and if you're looking in the foreground, yeah, I actually stood on this little precipice when I was there. That lava is about, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet down below the edge of this. So it would be right around there somewhere. So like I said, when I was there, I did stand on this piece right here. I know exactly where this is located. And a matter of fact, I took shelter in these rocks because it was so darn windy. I tried to fly my drone from here. It didn't work very well. But this spot did not get covered. But just a few feet down is where the lava level is, and that is pretty awesome to see that. So that is pretty cool. Buffering. I'm looking steady here now. I don't know why you're buffering now, but anyway, let's carry on and look at a few of our other places around the world real quick. And we'll take a look there first off. That, of course, is our map to the Azores. I'm going to refresh that really quickly. And I did notice a few quakes there. That's why I brought that up. Of course, we can't see much on the cameras, so I'm not going to worry about them so much. But let's take a look at the earthquake activity. And real quick, we do see 3 quakes on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. 7 minutes after midnight, they had 1.9, and then a 1.6, and that was 15:07, and a 1.5 at 16:02. And if we go to that other map, that will better depict this. I'm going to make that map bigger so we can see that. And there's the whole Azores area. And let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. Whoop, zoom in, not scroll away. And there's those 3, 6 hours ago, 1.5. The 22 hours ago, 2.0, and the 1.6 from 7 hours ago. 1.6 surface quake, the 2 hours ago, or the 2.0, 8 kilometers down for that one. And the one from 6 hours ago, 1.5 is surface as well. So that gives you a pretty good idea. That is, of course, on the island of São Jorge. This is Pico Island, Fayal Island, and Terceira over here. And if we slide down and take a look, and there's St. Miguel Island, and this is the other ones. We had this one 2.1 surface quake from 2322, and that's fairly fresh. This one is, where is it? 2322 today? No, that's yesterday. Sorry, that's not fresh. 2.6 surface quake from today at 7:56 a.m. And then the other one is from 2.3 from 11:15 a.m. So 6 quakes in total on our register. And just zooming out a little bit so you guys can get the lay of the land there. There's Iceland, and there's the Reykjanes Ridge going all the way down, Mid-Atlantic Ridge sneaking through there. The other line going this way is the East Azores Ridge. And of course there, if we zoom in slightly more, there is Portugal, Spain, France, England, Ireland, and of course we seen where Iceland was. There's a Newfoundland, and there's Sue waving at us over here from our wonderful Nova Scotia, Canada, and all good. Aloha, Mark the Shark. And that is awesome. So let's see what else we got happening. There's Sue. She's waving. I see her right there. That is cool. Anyway, awesome stuff, and we will continue on. Let's have a quick peek over at our Mexican friends, and that is Popocatepetl. Let me get on the proper screen here, and we'll keep going. That is Popocatepetl, of course, right now at 1550 their time, and looking at what we had going on, it is continuing to steam and off-gas quite a bit. Various points in time it did have a little heavier activity. Here's, I think, this one here, we may be able to get onto it. There's the plume coming out. I didn't see any lava or anything like that when that kind of came out. Let me back that up though. I see this right down here. I don't know if that's a little whirlwind or what the heck is going on, but yeah, it looks like it just, yeah, that might have been a little lava bomb, a little spit of lava getting thrown out of there when that shot out. We do see some others up here where we see some dust come up, so I think the wind has taken that though and turned it into a little vortice, little twister, dust devil on the side of our wonderful Popocatepetl. Anyway, it did produce a few of those plumes like that during the course of the day, and some of them were larger than others, of course, and that is mighty fine looking for today, and it was doing that quite a bit. In between clouds, it's hard to tell sometimes. Going back to another one a little earlier, there you see another one at 9:56 a.m. And let me see if I can get back a little bit further here to our golden hour, if you will, and that is kind of in the morning as the sun is hitting it. You do still see a little remnants of snow on the shady side, and that'd be probably the northern side. And let's see if we can show this one here. I think this might be where we had a little spit of lava come out. This was at 5:50 a.m. and I'm just trying to get it to, I know there was some at 3:10, but we'll see. Yeah, there you can see a couple little spots came out just around the edge, but we were fighting the clouds there. There you can see the little guys jumping out, the little lava bugs running away from home. They're escaping, and that is what we were seeing there. So pretty cool to see that. I don't think it popped any further than that. Didn't see anything more being thrown out, but we did have, I think it was around 3:30 here. Let's see if I can get the exact spot. Should be right around here. Yeah. Let's see if we can show that. This is 3:59. I may be in the wrong place here. Might not be able to get quite back far enough. I thought there was a little bit of lava come out at this shot too here. Let's see if I can go all the way back. What's it leave me at? Yeah, we might have just missed it. 3:39. I think it was a little bit beyond that, but it was active, and it did throw out a little bit of lava. It wasn't anything super spectacular, but it did continue to do its thing, and we did see the occasional batch of little batches of lava being thrown out there. You could see a little bit flying up there for a second, and then of course this is the time where you're battling clouds, and when you think you're going to see something, the clouds move in, of course, right? That's a typical volcano observer's nightmare, and you know, standard stuff. Get an eruption, get clouds. That's the way it works. It starts raining and causing your camera to get all wet, and things like that. Normal stuff for volcano observatories. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we'll see the other one here. I'm just trying to go through it very slowly. Well, it might be right there. Let me see if that is it. No, that was not. So yeah, I think we missed that. I thought it was at 3:10 a.m. and we were not able to see it, but that's still gives you a pretty good idea. It was active doing its thing during the night, and we'll hit these here, try to go a little bit more, see if we can find a spot where it actually threw some lava out. Darn it. Of course, these clouds, you know, they come along when you want to see. There's the lava, and that's a 501, and yeah, that's what we wanted to see. But we also see the cloud in here. So let's see. They just had a 6.8 in Peru-Ecuador border. Okay, at least 13 died. Is that from yesterday, Mars 2028, or is that another new quake? That is kind of interesting, because we had one yesterday that was a 6.8 in that area. Anyway, yeah, our lovely lava got covered up by the cloud, so I was a little bit miffed at that, but what do you do when the clouds are in there? There's not a lot you can do. Let me just take a look at the earthquake map and see. Yeah, I don't see anything new on there. That is yesterday's Mars. That was the one that came in at 11:12 yesterday, and it was a 6.8, and that is yeah, it is unfortunate news that people perished. Not much we can do about it, though. Anyway, that is what we got there at Popocatepetl, and let's see if it'll show us anything if we advance a little bit here to get rid of those clouds. I don't think we're going to see too much of that lava because of the cloud moving through. And sorry guys, two pups on my lap. Hey, no worries there, Mark the Shark and Aloha. Hopefully you better teach those pups how to type. Once they learn how to type, they'll be all set. They can cruise the internet with the rest of us. So pretty awesome. Anyway, yeah, we do have some stuff happening there. So that is pretty cool. If we go to the other ones and take a quick look at Fuego, that is Fuego live right now. Actually, there's live. It was a minute off, but we see what it's doing, and not a heck of a lot. And it was in cloud until well, earlier this morning it got out of the clouds. I did want to point this one out here. This was a pretty heavy-duty shot that came out, and that is actually a very, very massive eruption. There were a few bursts this morning from Fuego that were very, very sizable, and it was nice to see that it was active. Thank you for that 1 minute warning. Gonna finish this off real quick. And yeah, as far as nighttime views, we weren't able to see a heck of a lot there from Fuego because of the clouds, and this is what it's back to right now. Next one, of course, this is our quick shot of Masaya's caldera. Masaya being down in Nicaragua, just slightly south of Fuego. Fuego is in Guatemala, and Masaya is in Nicaragua. You can see the gravels that have slid in there. Normally you would see a little bit of an arc of the lava down on the bottom, but we can't see that because of all that smoke. Refreshing that picture, oh, you almost can. It's right in there, but you can see a little bit deeper down, and you wouldn't want to fall into that one. Okay, it is a time for the break. I'm going to put this back onto, where are we here? There we go. Our original day one of streaming from when I started out streaming the eruption there in Iceland originally. So, no, that is not part of the San Andreas. Definitely not. That is down in the South America, not North America at all there, DJ. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. For those good people who are here, enjoy the view on the screen. That, of course, is from day one of our streaming of Bob and the original Geldingadarler eruption in Fregadalfjall, Iceland, and we'll leave that there. Please, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, yeah, it's 2 years now since Bob originally erupted, and gonna love it. Don't go away, guys. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or so minutes. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board yet. And of course, on screen is our day one of our streaming from our wonderful Bob, the original volcano there in Geldingadarler in Frager and Fjord. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Sue and Kevin and Mars and Albagirl and Jane and Juliet. I see what you said about the wonderful honeymoon spent there. And yeah, it would have been a hot time for you. Ha, get it? A hot time? Never mind. Lava. It was lavally. Oh, mommy of hamsters saying, welcome back, Uncle Doc. Hammy Bob days. Yep. And that is awesome. And if we do see that, that's Bob. I thought it was Siggy. No, Siggy is the vent that is down in Marindalia to the north of this. So if you see the way the smoke is blowing, Siggy is over in the direction of where the smoke is. LOL, not Haggy, just overflowed, was very hot. Oh, okay, and that's when it got into not Haggy. That is awesome, Juliet. And that would have been a wonderful time to have been there. I didn't watch Bob in those early days. Sarah, you missed out. This is about 24 hours after it actually started, this time right now, about 1947 on the 20th. That's about 24 hours after the initial reports came in that it had broken through to the surface and was smoking and spewing out wonderful lava oozing out with the goodness of the earth. Ooh, Doc's back. Yes, wonky donkey, I am. And looking at our wonderful original volcano that we started streaming with, and you know, that is, it does bring back a lot of memories. And it is still mesmerizing to sit here and stare at this and watch this. And I remembered, you know, myself looking at this thing for hours and hours, even while I wasn't streaming, just staring at it. And it's like hypnosis. I was watching a Reykjavik city cam and saw how a glow, saw a glow in the distance. Ah, a sleepy dormouse, that's awesome. Anytime would be the best. Hermione Ragnar set up a great show. Yeah, Ragnar, of course, would be in a slightly over here in this area. That's where Ragnar started. And Rag and Nar, two separate vents. Actually, there was 3 vents in there originally, but we only named, or they only named the 2. But here we see Bob Jr., and then Mini-Me down on the bottom. And that was a beautiful, beautiful view and beautiful time to see it, and how it started filling up the valley with all kinds of neat stuff. So it took a while to find a sane live stream. Yeah. Well, you know, in these the live streams, one of the things that when I started streaming this, of course, I was given permission to restream from the other channel, and I was very happy about that, and you know, continued on with streaming it. The big thing that I noticed, there was nobody responding to people. People had questions, basic questions, you know, about where it is and where the flow is going and what it's actually doing, and stuff like that. And I thought, it'd be nice to get on there and actually address some of these things, not for myself to answer them, but basically for everyone else to join in and create discussions about it, and hence the lava family was born. And I thought it was really neat, at the time. And I remember some of those numbers were absolutely crazy, with having people in the streams, over 1,000 people. Just the commenters. Talks was great, and your daily show helped understand what was up. And thanks, yeah, absolutely. Talk stream was wonderful. I didn't mind that at all, and it was definitely worthwhile looking at that and doing our thing with it. So, all of it. It was really cool and fascinating to see that start out. All I can find on live cams, home footage, just shows, well, what's new. I learned about what a FOMO. Okay. I was watching alone until Doc Fox came to the rescue with a little bit of knowledge, more than I had. And no worries, John. And yeah, and I mean, and being very honest, I'm not a volcano specialist in any way, shape, or form. And I'm just as you guys are. I've learned a lot in the last couple of years doing this, and it's amazing how much one learns. I had the general principles of how volcanoes work, the different styles of volcanoes, so was a kind of a mystery to me, like understanding the differences between stratovolcanoes versus shield volcanoes, and different styles of vents and so on. It's all very fascinating, but we learn. I was grateful for the extra input from yourself. Yeah, and again, it wasn't really me throwing the input in. I mean, I was throwing the questions out into the audience as well, because we did have a lot of people there that were very qualified to answer some of those questions. And in the beginning, we did have we had a bunch more volcanologists in there than we did near the end times, because it wasn't doing anything anymore in the end, and people were getting kind of bored with it. But at the beginning here, it was pretty cool to see, the amount of people that were in there. And like I say, with some of those streams, well over 1,000 people in the stream watching, and that was absolutely fascinating. So pretty cool. Oh wow, the first eruption in Iceland 2 years ago. I was so excited to see this. I would put live streams on my, that's when it switched to the black and white mode there. I would put live streams on my Roku and fall asleep watching. Yeah, a lot of us did watch, into the wee hours of the night. This particular stream, when I first threw this on, it was actually 10 hours, 10 and a half hours long. It was, for me, it was a massive undertaking, because I had never streamed anything like that before, and I thought it was very, very unique, and to be able to work with it. And yes, John, you're very correct. The collective knowledge really did help, and that was something that was really awesome. I literally had it going on at least the first, if not the screen in my house. Okay, 24/7 live until it till they killed all the streams. I have chunks of lava that Reykjavik Grapevine sent me. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters, right on. And yeah, that is pretty cool to see that. And I know they were trying to keep that camera in color, although black and white did look pretty awesome there, but they were having trouble getting the settings right. I remember that. It was difficult for them, and of course the camera has an auto setting that you have to go and turn off. Dr. Fox, many days of sleep deprived. Yep, that's about it, Linda. That happened to me quite a bit for some reason. I have no reason, no understanding why. Anyway, let's go around the world, take a look at a few more volcanoes that are still popping and doing things. We will get back to our Fjord original scenes in a little while. Let's take a look and see if we can find anything that was good and wonderful at Merapi, and see if that'll make us kind of happy. And there is the Merapi stream, and of course if we go back a little bit, we did have a little bit of a bacon coming down at a certain point in time here. Merapi was continuing to do what it was doing, and let's see if we can make that a little bit bigger. There we go. And there you can see at 4:47 a.m. it definitely was throwing out some of that wonderful lava. They did have the camera in color at the time, so let's go warm up. Yep, it was pretty awesome. And yeah, you're warming up. This is almost live. How far back is that actually? That is about half an hour ago is when that lava was rolling down the hill, and that looked not bad. So kind of nice to see that Merapi is still active. Sending a virtual hug to you girls for losing sleep. Yep, it was. Everybody, I think everybody lost sleep. I know I didn't sleep a heck of a lot when we were doing that. Looks pretty awesome. This lava coming down the hill, and of course it was a matter of battling the clouds to get some of those shots. There were several other fairly decent eruptions that it had as well, and I'm just trying to go back to locate the next one that we can show. And yeah, it was hit and miss with the clouds as well. That was one of the things that we're seeing a lot of there in Indonesia, of course, is you know, we see the beautiful bacon sliding down the hill, but those clouds seem to move in at regular intervals and really mess things up. Lost my husband in February 2021. Many sleepless nights, and his stream this stream helped distract me for the periods of time. Well, Linda, that's sad, and you know, I'm glad though that that this was something that was a little bit more I don't know how we should say it, more down to earth, for you know, being able to get into it and being able to see what we seen at the time. And I know everybody goes through those difficult times, right? And you know, I remember you saying that way back when, and I'm hoping you got over most of that. I know the hurt never really does go away, but it is one of those things. Let's back this up a little bit more. At 3:24 a.m., we did see another little bit of a build up and a whoosh down the hill. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, we are here for each other, Doc, and that's exactly it. Part of that lava family, that's something that I was trying to instill, and I think we still have that in here where we do care. You know, we do have a very large group of people that came together and know each other now, which is a really good thing in a way, that you know, we have a base in reality kind of thing, where you know, we're down to earth, if that's what you want to call it, and a little bit of clean fun and enjoying life a little bit, and you know, that kind of stuff, looking at this stuff. So it is one of those things. And yeah, we've lost a few people during the course of these streams. Of course, one of them was my Bree, who passed away. So, yeah, we know what it's like. Anyway, yeah, Dr. Fox, do you have 4 minutes till Pepsi break? Yep, and yep, we definitely do have that going on. Let's carry on with taking a look here. That lava did continue to flow a little bit, and let's keep that going. And yeah, I wanted to add something. Bree did ask me to keep the volcano stream going before she passed, so I guess she seen the value in it, to have everyone come together, and I think that was one of the good things. So anyway, yeah, pretty cool. And we see a bunch more lava kind of splitting up there. And Yvonne Kunkel just made it in. Welcome, Yvonne. Glad to have you on board. And of course, right now we're watching Merapi dump out some lava there in Java. Lava in Java. It kind of rhymes. Sort of, I guess. And it is just about break time, though. And let's leave Merapi be. Actually, let's see if there was any more heavy-duty stuff. I don't think there was too many more good ones. The rest seemed to be in cloud and in black and white for a while. Let's see if we can find them. There was a fairly big one. Yeah, that's behind clouds, unfortunately. And we did have this a little earlier as well. This was in black and white, and you can see that at about 10, just after 10 p.m. their time yesterday. And that, of course, is in our future, and we can see how that lava did continue to flow and give some pretty good stuff. Mars 2028 says, I discovered the stream in August of 21. It was a huge help with my stress of my first semester back in class. Well, I'm glad that it de-stressed you and was able to get something solid and you know, relatively cool to help you get through things. Anyway, let's put you back on our original video stuff. We will come back to take a look. I don't think our wonderful Mount Ruapehu was visible today. Oh yeah, it was. Maybe we'll show that picture real quick. There it is. Mount Ruapehu in the morning at 7, whatever it is, 7:14. Anyway, it did get some clouds over it shortly thereafter, so that is what we've got there. The other stuff there we will get back to. I do have the Merapi report I want to go through, and we'll do that after the break. So we will leave that. Actually, I'll leave it on here so I can remember where I'm at. And we'll put you back over to, no, not here, that's Hawaii. We want to go here. And of course, that is them still having the issues with the camera flipping back and forth. That is our original Bob. So enjoy it, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to go take that break, you guys. For those who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button. That'd be really awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing. We've been running for over 2 years. Well, 2 years. This is officially stream number 701 as of today. So that's a lot of streaming for the last couple of years. We do actually have a few more streams, but they were subject to copyright issues. So about 6 extras. It would have actually been streamed 707 today. But I'm going to call it 101. Yesterday was 100, and sorry, 700. I mean, so it's 701 today. And that is pretty awesome. We'll leave it here. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And yeah, a 2-year anniversary. Yay, congratulations, Dr. Fox. Thanks, Amelia. And that is exactly what it is. This is a 2-year anniversary of streaming volcanoes. And wow, you know, that is a lot of 700 plus streams is a lot of streams to have had for those who ever think about it. That's a lot of time invested. It really is. Anyway, don't go away, you guys. I'm going to go take a break, 5 or 6 minutes, and keep smiling. Here comes some music. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. 2 years means somebody super chat me $2 million. I'll be really happy. I'm kidding. Make it 4. Okay, I'll be back. And don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe. Thanks, guys. that microphone is back on, and I gotta say thank you, everyone. I really do appreciate those super chats. You guys are awesome, and thank you. Thank you to Sleepy and Dormouse for yours, and thanks for all the lovely lava. You are certainly welcome, and also big thank you to Sharon P. For her very nice super chat, as well as Kevin Haynes and Juliet with the cake as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you very kindly, and I appreciate that support. Wow, and oh mummy of hamsters too. Oh mummy of hamsters. Writing that down. Thank you very kindly. That is very, very kind of you, and I do appreciate that. That is awesome. And hammy and happy anniversary, Uncle Doc. Thank you. That is very, very kind. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and everyone else. Let's see, John and I missed who else may have said it. There's so much stuff on my screen here. Thanks, everyone. I do appreciate it. Yes, that is Bob, for whoever was asking that. And oh, Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, oh, DrFox2000. Happy Bob's birthday. And yep, 2 years of streaming the volcano as well. And wow, Michael Olson too. Thank you very kindly, Michael. And that is awesome. Do appreciate that, Michael Olson, and just writing that down as well. And thank you very kindly to everyone for that support. You guys are awesome. And yeah, it's been a wild stream. Dr. Fox, you deserve it and more. Take pride in what you do. Thank you, Linda. I do. I try hard to, convey what reality is, right? And without trying to make people feel scared and stuff like that. And oh, mummy of hamsters, I read your earlier comment about, when you first came in, somebody had given you a rude response, and that you kind of snuck away, and I'm very happy that you decided to come back and realized that we are actually a good group of people here. And when you have the bigger events and bigger things happening with so many people in a stream, it is very, very difficult sometimes to control, and we always have bad apples in the crowds. And I'm very happy that you did come back, and that is awesome. Mars 2028 also throws a one in there. Thank you, Mars. Appreciate that. And 2028. And here's a Pepsi to celebrate your success. Why, thank you. And I will do that. Get that written down. There we go. Got it. And that's awesome, you guys. And thank you very kindly for those wonderful super chats. And yeah, I look at it and go, wow, 2 years of doing the volcano streaming. That is just absolutely great stuff, really. And I was originally thinking back then, I was going to stream it for 30 days and then kind of give up. And look at me now, 2 years later. I think we are at 700 plus days. And Reform BBC throws one in too. Wow. And that is very, very cool and very kind of you. Let me write that down. Reform, if I spell it right, Reform BBC. And thank you for that £5 super chat as well. That is awesome. Very greatly appreciated. And yeah, I think we definitely do want to keep going with our wonderful stream and keep things happening. And of course, you know, looking at what's happened and transpired over the last 2 years, it's fascinating that we see that. And yeah. Uh, yeah, I know Daryl is resting with us too. Yeah, or celebrating with us too. Yeah. Rest in peace, Daryl. And yeah, you know, we've gone through a lot here. It really, quite a bit. So we've made friends, we've lost friends, and things happen. But yeah, it is a part of life, though, and this is something that we have to respect in that sense. Anyway, let's carry on with the stream. We did want to take a look at a couple other places yet before we get going. Yes, John, life goes on, and we don't stand still. I mean, learn that the hard way too. You know, like when Bree passed. At that point in time, of course, Bree's wish was that I kept going and that I didn't stop the volcano stream. And I think she was right. She seen what I had brought together, and she's absolutely right. So we kept it going. Anyway, let's leave our lively scene here from days gone by, and we will get over to where we wanted to go to next. We wanted to take a look at the charts for what's happening in New Zealand. So let's have a quick peek at what we've got at Taupo's chart. And I did refresh it, so just a quick peek in here. And we do see that they had a couple little spikes here, and then a larger spike. Actually looks like a double tremor in here. I'm not sure what is all involved there, but that looks pretty awesome and very interesting. So maybe we will have something else happening there. And yeah. That is what you had a year from blazes, but you kept the show going. I respect that. Yeah, there was all kinds of things in Mars, you know, that came along, and I'll be honest, there was a couple times where I just about did hang it up, but keeping going, I think, is what's on the forte, and that is what we're going to do. Anyway, looking at the chart here, so something happening, something rumbling there in at Taupo, and we'll take a look at the next one here. Of course, and this is the caldera for Taupo. Of course, is the entire lake. And the ascender somewhere just out, way out there somewhere in the water. Unfortunately, we don't see Mount Ruapehu from here. Too many clouds in the way in the background there. Pardon me. And that's kind of what we had. We did have that report for our Merapi. I did want to go through that real quick. That one, of course, is from Merapi, Java, Indonesia, and that is from the photo from Andy Volcano. That is his site. His name is actually Adi, A-D-I, but they call it Andy Volcano. And they're saying their glowing dome block avalanches travel along the steep ravine, and that is pretty awesome. And the photo, of course, from Andy slash Volcano Discovery Indonesia. So he's doing his thing for them. So that is a pretty nice shot. Let's see, is there anything else? No, nothing else in there. And related stuff here, the elevated activity of the volcano continues. Constant pyroclastic flows continue to travel from the southwestern lava dome as the active basaltic slash or dash andesitic lava intrudes into the dome. Therefore, more and more unstable lava material makes its way makes the dome prone to collapse towards the steeper ravine, which in turn develops into a very dangerous block and flows. So that's what we've got, and we don't need to go all through it, but it does give you a pretty good idea of what is going on there. And we do see that photo captured some of the nice bacon flow coming down the hill, and that is very awesome. And I did get in touch with Addy. Well, I didn't. I sent him an email. I'm waiting to hear back from him. So hopefully we'll get something out of it. I do want to be able to show some of his stuff on the site other than going through volcanodiscovery.com. And he does have a few nice videos, not many yet, and he's only got about 1,350 subscribers. And of course, with growing any channel, that would definitely help his channel grow some if we work with him a little bit. And let's continue on. We will go to this one next, and that is our wonderful Semiru. And let's see if we can get onto that shot real quick. There is our lovely shot of Semiru, and that is early in the morning hours. Let's see if we can. Oh, I guess I didn't recapture that. They did change the screen format a little bit there, so we need to try to grab another format here and see if we can kind of make that a little bit bigger for us. There we go. And we'll make that a full screen. There we can see it. Of course, we can crank the quality up. No, that is cranked up. Going back though in time, we did see that it was in the clouds for the most part, which is unfortunate. But as we go back, 4:18 a.m., we do see a little spit of lava up on the top of the dome, and I'm just trying to find a spot where it was clear here. There's a little bit of a puff coming out in there. Let's see if we can back that up a little bit and see when it actually came out. And let's go back a few seconds here. No, it was slow. All right, one more time, and there, about there. There. Okay, so we should be able to see it pop out, and we'll see what it was doing. There it comes. And pretty awesome. You keep us informed, Amelia. Shout out if you have any information, and let Doc know. Nothing happening at Taupo or Kawarau, if I said it right. Wow, Jane Mary throws in, thank you very kindly, Jane. Jane Mary, thank you very much for that 10-pound super chat. That is awesome. Appreciate that wonderful support, Jane. And yeah, speaking of that other area there that Kawaro area. I did read some stuff, and somebody sent me the reports. Apparently, those earthquakes that we were worried about, apparently that happens there all the time. They get swarms, and very, very cool. Yvonne Kunkel says, dang, phone, Taupo has minor seismic activity. Yep, then we just looked at that, Yvonne, and that is awesome. Anyway, and that is what is happening there at our wonderful Semeru. Let's see if we can find any other bigger blasts out of there. I don't think there were. You've seen that lightning that just came through. That happens. It's of course, it's that time of the year there. They've got a lot of storms happening. And yeah, I don't see anything else for there. So we'll leave that be for right now. We do see some lava dribbling down the hill, which isn't anything huge or anything like that. Certainly not anywhere near as the volume what Merapi is putting out, but hey, steady as she goes, and Semeru does continue to do its thing. So that is all cool. And let's see, we'll go over to Madame Rutsa for a second here and see if she has hers going for Taal. No Taal volcano right now. We do have a report though for Krakatoa, and let's take a look at that. Let's see if I get the right one here. There, Krakatoa volcano, and Sunda Strait in Indonesia. Powerful explosion yesterday. And if we take a look at that photo, you can see a very heavy-duty blast that came out of it, and the image from PVMBG, and that looks like a really big bomb hit there or something, and that is pretty wild to see that. So very, very dirty material coming out of there. Lots of tephra in that blast. So definitely worthy of keeping an eye on. So that was happening yesterday, and there you can see the island from the aerial shot. Degassing activity from Krakatoa as visible from satellite March 8 from Sentinel-2, and that is the island right there. So pretty awesome though to see that. And what else I got? Nope, that's not related. Just scrolling down a little bit, what's it? Intermittent explosive and near constant degassing activity from the cinder cone continues. A couple of volcanion-sized explosions appeared at the volcano within a 7-hour time span yesterday. Okay, degassing, or what? Dense white to gray ash plumes rose 457 to 657 meters above the crater and drifted to the southwest of the volcano. Seismic network reported seismic signals within amplitudes of 38 and 46. Is that millimeters? Or I guess that would be. Anyway, the duration of 53 and 41 seconds. So pretty cool and busy, and that is it there. So Krakatoa continuing to do its thing, and that kind of puts us back to here, and we will leave that for the time being. When we come back, we will go over to our Japanese volcanoes and see what those are doing. In the meantime, I'm going to put you back onto the anniversary special, and of course re-showing the stream the first day, and that is the first day of Bob in Geldingadarler, getting all that wonderful lava in the Fregerdafjeld area, and that is absolutely awesome. I see we are at 99 likes on my screen. I also see that we have 47 people still in here. Oh, and why did that move? Let's fix that. That shouldn't have moved. Oh, okay, that wasn't me originally. Ha! Wow, that was me, but it's still solid there. 100 on the map. Yep, if you haven't hit that button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and you're looking in, and just to let you know, this is officially our 100 or 701 streams as of today. And 2 years ago was when I started streaming our wonderful Fregerdafjeld area. Yvonne Kunkel says, okay, I'm going to sleep now. Thanks for another great stream. Dr. Fox, Mods, Lavaliers, and Lava family. Have a great day / night, everyone, and enjoy the anniversary show. Thank you, Yvonne, and you have a great sleep. Take care of yourself, and keep us surprised if anything pops up, especially if Etna starts to rumble a little more. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling. Don't go away yet. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. I forgot to drink my Pepsi though. Give me a second. I'm going to be long-winded here. Thank you for the welcome backs, you guys. Hang on. Fine vintage. Anyway, thank you, John and Sue and old mummy of hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thanks, Mars and Kevin. Appreciate that, you guys. Okay, phreatic eruptions. What are they? In a nutshell, a phreatic eruption is basically where the magma is coming up and it comes in contact with water, whether it is groundwater or, well, typically it's in-ground water. And what happens, of course, that water flashes to steam, and we all know that steam is a volume 100 times of what water is. So if you take 1 cubic foot of water and flash it to steam, all of a sudden you have basically, well, in that case, probably 100 cubic feet of steam real quick, and that is under pressure. I've read that news update article, Dr. Fox. All I have to say about a GeoNet is a white island. Yeah. Yeah. We take everything with a grain of salt, and that is something that we need to know. Yeah, explosive, John, for the most part. Phreatic and pre-magmatic, kind of two separate, slightly separate things. Pre-magmatic is when, I think, if I'm correct, it's when it hits a water lake kind of thing. Phreatic is when it hits groundwater and flashes to steam. So kind of the two kind of mixed together. And Amelia, I do want to address that article, that link I put in here. Now, one of the things that we have learned over the last 2 years, and I basically said this many, many times, volcanic activity and volcanoes are always unpredictable. And doesn't matter how many papers somebody writes, something will happen with a volcano that has never happened before. When, you know, and I'm going to take Askja in Iceland as a very good example. Everybody said, imminent eruption, and there we go. Has it erupted yet? No. Don't hold your breath on it. Whereas all of a sudden, you know, you see everybody thought Tananga in Tananga Island was going to pop. And did we get something popping there? No. Up in the Aleutian Islands, it let us down. Were we expecting Merapi to pop? No, we weren't. And all of a sudden, Merapi starts to go like crazy. So these are things that we always have to look at. And Semi Sopochnoi was upgraded to a code orange yesterday. I was not aware of that on Mars 2028. That is interesting. And anyway, yeah, with, you know, the big thing with volcanic activity is it is unpredictable. We will never know when something is going to pop. You know, it's like what we're looking at on the screen. Okay, when this, and I remember when I was first following the tremors and everything, the swarming. First, it was to the south, down towards Grindavik. And then all of a sudden everything started moving up towards Kalir, and they thought it was going to pop up there. And then all of a sudden it moved back down to the south, and then lo and behold, it popped right in the middle. So Um, they can't predict tornadoes all that well either, and that is exactly right, Sarah. You know, they can have a pretty good idea, or you take a look at a certain database, and it will tell you what you know, what could happen or what the potential is. It's yeah, or lottery numbers. You can't predict that either, Henry. That's exactly it. Um, you know, and you can only do a study on something, and you basically come up with your best guess out of the information that is given to you. But there are so many variables that you can never get to the pinpoint spot. It's just like those lottery numbers. And by the way, if you want those lottery numbers, uh, the winning ones, here they are. Oh, maybe, there. Okay, those are the winning lottery numbers. I don't believe them, but those are the winning lottery numbers. And it is a random thing that comes up. So I think my point here is the randomness. So it is what it is. It's just like what we've had before in other areas, you know, where people are thinking we're going to see an eruption in one place or another, till it is just about happening. It doesn't mean much until it does pop out. Hey, how come your winning lottery numbers are different than mine, oh mummy of hamsters? That doesn't make sense. If you got the winning ones and I got the winning ones, something is wrong here. Oh, I guess that's the way that software is. It is randomly throwing out what it wants to do. So, but oh mummy of hamsters, if you use those numbers and it's rigged. Yeah, if you use those numbers and then let me know if you win. Yeah, 31 twice. Oh, how does that work? Something wrong with that. You better redo that. It's not supposed to give the same number twice. Boy, I got to take a look at that scripting. That scripting is something I got from OneFish26. I think maybe he's been dabbling in there. It'll give you different lottery numbers. There you go. Those are all different ones. But still, hey, how come those are the winning numbers? They're all different too than the original first two sets. It doesn't make any sense. Sarah Miles, I pray to RNG. I guess, okay. RNG. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's continue on with our wonderful stream. I did say we were going to go over to Japan and see what's going on there. And John, you're going to try your luck too? A random number generator. Yeah, it at least it didn't give twice there. Yep. Yeah, you realize if any of you win on these numbers, I get 10%, okay? I have to feed Nightbot with something. I'm kidding. If you win, congratulations. Just let me know. Not going to trust it. John, it's a random number generator. I don't trust it either. Oh, too much fun. You gotta love it though. It does. Leave it to me to squeak it up. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, let's let our lovely lava go here, and let me see if I can find the right screen to get onto. Let's make sure that we don't overload things. Where are we here? there is Japan. I found Japan, and let's see. It's still very, very early in the morning there in Japan, so we may not be able to see a heck of a lot. But let's go over there. First thing we're looking for, of course, is the very important ice cream boat, and apparently it's docked. I do see the ice cream boat is there. The lights are on, so somebody's home. But I don't know if they serve ice cream this early. It's 6:07 a.m. there in Japan, and that is pretty cool. And we like that. And let's take a look at our wonderful. That, of course, is Sakurajima in Japan, the volcano in the background, rather than the ice cream boats down here at the docks. So that's why we go here. And we do see some budgies flying around, but not that big of an output or activity at our wonderful Sakurajima. It did have a little bit of output earlier here when I was looking, but nothing really crazy. There you go, right there. And let's see if we go back in time. I did try to see during the night if there was any major output coming from it, and I had not seen a darn thing. So in this shot, though, to me, from just around 3 o'clock or 3:08, it does look like there may be a glow here, a little bit of red. So I'm thinking there may be some magma down there or lava that is glowing. But I really couldn't tell. It really is kind of far away. This is earlier, 2:14, and nothing to see, hardly any output, and so it's gone quiet on us a little bit. And that was from earlier, just before midnight at their time. This is about an hour earlier again, and you can see a little bit of a cloud coming out of it, but nothing substantial. So Sakurajima, very quiet, and that is kind of what we've got going on. If we take a look at the close-up of the crater, there you can see the small vent on the side here, the one that recently reactivated. It is very benign as far as the volume of output, and I guess our other two in the center of the crater are doing their thing, and that is kind of what we're seeing. 24 hours on board. Okay, anyway, that's kind of what we've got going on there. Going to make that one a little bit smaller, go back over to the next one. This is ASO-san is doing its thing, and I figured out what they did wrong with their camera here. The glass, they got the camera sitting too far back in the housing. That's why we can see the ring. And I wanted to send them an email and tell them to move the camera further forward towards the glass. Just me. I'm sorry for being a technician. That's happened to me before, and I think that's what they need to do is move it forward a little bit. Anyway, looking at the what's coming out of the caldera of ASO is a lot of steam. They do still have a lot of water in that caldera lake, and it is continuing to off gas. A lot of SO2 in there, in addition to just water vapor. So that is what we're seeing, and that looks pretty cool and awesome. That is in Japan as well. So that's ASO. ASO is the way it is spelled. No, it's not a swear word. We're not calling anybody names. Going back to Sakurajima, Suwanoshijima is still offline, unfortunately, so we don't get to see that at all. And the ice cream boat is still there, so hopefully they've got service happening for you guys to get your ice cream this morning. All right, 24 hours on board, live lava crane. Yeah, you seen that lava crane, eh? Yeah, that We're supposed to load up the TNT into here. Oops, I'm not supposed to say that. Never mind. It's all good. I'm kidding. We like it. Anyway, let's make that one smaller and the other one here smaller, and we will go scoot to our next location. And of course, that is Yellowstone National Park. Let's see if they're happening. Did that stream stall again? I think it stalled. I don't see the little thingies in there. I hate when that happens. Oh, come on. That throws it off. Oh yeah, sure, refresh it again. They must have it, if you sit on it too long there, it ends up recycling a little bit or something, and they punt people out. But it is worthy of going to that site. You see some of those steam events. There are over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone, and that is pretty awesome. And you can definitely enjoy it if you type in Yellowstone or Jellystone. No Sasquatch, yeah, Jellystone, and then that'll come up. Smoke, small. Small is kind of a different substance, isn't it? Smoking. Yep, steam coming out of there. Actually, I was looking at something yesterday while they were scanning the camera around. I did see something that didn't look too appealing, and I'm glad they didn't stay on the shot. But one of the buffaloes was closer to one of the vents there, and it was no longer alive. It was laying there, kind of bloated, and I have a sneaky hunch it might have got gassed and fell over and passed away. And that can happen. So if you're going to Yellowstone, don't be standing in the downwind area of those vents. Yep, I think it got a little too close, and I may have gotten gassed out. So that's something to remind everyone of if you are going to Yellowstone. Don't stand directly downstream of the output or of gaseous flow. There could be some toxic gases in there. There was reports of, yeah, it is a dangerous place in that sense. There was reports of, what was it, helium-3 gas coming out of there as well. It can be very sulfury. Yep, definitely. The funny part about that helium-3 gas, though, is, of course, helium-3, you're only going to get that from material that is coming up from way down below. That bison will be bear food in about a month. Well, it's going to be bear food was already being picked at by the birds yesterday when I seen that. That's kind of how I knew it wasn't moving. It had its legs out to the side and was just laying there. And the birds were going up and going at it. So, yeah, that is part of nature. And hopefully those birds won't get gassed out too in the process. But yeah, the helium-3 gas coming up in Yellowstone as of late is something that they haven't seen so much there. It has in the past, but it's interesting to see, and what that does tell you is that it is coming up from further down. It's from deeper areas of the magma chamber. No, that doesn't mean that we're going to see an explosion or eruption, but it does tell us that we've got some old gas coming up. And that, of course, can in turn also bring other gases up with it. And this, again, kind of brings us back to something that we were kind of thinking of that may have caused that buffalo to fall over. Catastrophic? Well, it could be. Nature can be cruel sometimes, but I'm not going to worry about that for right now. We're, nature is what it is, and I mean, you take a look at tornadoes and hurricanes and volcanic eruptions. There we go. A beta decay of thorium and hydrogen free. Yeah. Oh, a tritium. All right. All right. That makes more sense. Thanks, Kevin. I'm not a chemist, so. But yeah, helium-3 is a product of the beta decay of tritium. And I'm not sure exactly where it develops within our Earth, at what point in the lithosphere or the top layers of the asthenosphere, but obviously something has to allow it to change, and, well, the beta decay, as you say, over time it would do that. Gas escape reduces explosive elements to a degree. My logic, well, we're off-gassing continuously out of there, so that's something to consider. Anyway, it is break time, and and they just zoom back out there. We'll put this back. Do we see the buffalo? No, we don't see it from here. But yeah, it's hopefully the buffalo will all be safe. And anyway, we'll put this back on our lovely lava, and we'll enjoy that to a degree. I'm going to go take a break, and we'll see what else we can come up with. And we will likely go to earthquakes after the break. So hang in there, everyone, and we will see what else we got going on. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider giving it a quick bop. I'm going to bed. Good night, all. John Raper, good night to you, and take care. When I was in Yellowstone, the ranger reported to some boot prints, or pointed to some boot prints that were way too close to the active geyser, and said, these are idiot tracks. That happens. It's just like the guys that go running across the lava fields. And then all of a sudden they disappear. Anyway, for those good people who haven't hit the like button, give it a bump. If you haven't subscribed yet and you're enjoying the show, by all means, give the subscribe button a quick bump there. And on that friendly note, it is a time for me to take a break. Good night, John, and you're welcome for the information. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Keep smiling. Thank you. Oop. There we go. All right. I clicked the button, the wrong button. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX on live stream. Of course, the stuff on the screen right now is our very first stream of our wonderful Bob there in Gelding Gedarder in Fragadel Fjall. And it is 2 years ago today that we started streaming this stuff, so pretty awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs from Old Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And then thank you Kevin Haynes and Sue and Mars 2028. Appreciate that, you guys. And pretty awesome. I was just looking at that over on the left hand side there. We see that blue light that was up on the hill there. That was what we refer to as Equipment Hill, and that is completely buried in lava. And that gives you a pretty good idea of how much lava is sitting in that valley. And it is quite a ways up there, so pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm going to leave this on the screen for right now. We are going to go over the volcano report, and we'll run through that, and then we will get at our earthquakes. So let's go and take a look, or well, I'll take a look here. We have 4 volcanoes from yesterday still that had some activity that wasn't reported. So we've got Sabancaya in Peru, intermittent emissions reported at 1745. Suwanosejima, which we can't see right now, erupted at 6,000 feet at 1,800 meters, reported at 1830. Sangay, Ecuador, volcanic ash not visible, reported at 2030 last night. And then Ibico on the Paramushir Islands, island in the Kuril Islands, just south of the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash is not identifiable, and satellite imagery reported at 2100. Okay, I'm glad they couldn't identify it. It's turned into aliens or something. Anyway, for Sunday volcanic activity, we've got 12 volcanoes reporting. And Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, discrete volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Dakono and Halmahera Island, I guess, Halmahera, Indonesia, continuous volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Suwanosejima erupted at 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 1 a.m. and 7:45 a.m. Popocatepetl, central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions continues to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. And then later on, occasional volcanic ash emissions, again, same height, 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. Fuego, Guatemala, new volcanic ash observed to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 2 a.m. and not able to observe it at 8:15 because of clouds. Reventador in Ecuador, not observable, reported at 4 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions reported at 5:30 in the morning. Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 7,000 feet, 2,100, reported at 11:30 a.m. Today, which is technically yesterday, our time. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 13:45. Merapi, Indonesia, see a separate email we did from 1448. And Cotopaxi volcanic ash emissions continue to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters, and that was from 1448. Cotopaxi in Ecuador, new volcanic ash emissions to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters, and reported at 1515. And Krakatau, we already had a look at that report, so that's in the Sunda Strait in Indonesia. 1527 was the time on that report, so all cool. And I see they were showing the close-up shots again of that lovely lava. That is pretty awesome. And that is our volcano report for today. And I did miss that. I hear you, DrFox2000. Happy stream second anniversary. Thank you there, Sharon Stewart. I got that in there now. And boy, you guys aren't talking very much. Everybody's listening and watching what Bob was doing back then. I like Bob. Bob was so nice. It was a simpler time back then, I think. It really was. And when we could watch it and just kind of get lost in the feelings of what that volcano was doing, and mesmerized. Yeah. And I remember sitting there many times watching the lava output. Oh, sorry, I had to close that window a little bit. Getting a little cool in here. Yeah, watching that lava output, and just, I mean, it's mesmerizing, hypnotizing in a way. And it is pretty awesome to see that. And of course, this particular stream, if anyone else wants to go see it, you can take a look at it. I'm actually going to drop the link in the chat if you want to go see it. And it was called day one, I guess. Hang on, we'll fix that up so you guys can go there properly. Hang on. And we'll just drop it in there in case anyone wants to do that. You are welcome to go have a look at it. And let's see if we can go back to, there we go, and Control V. So that is the link to the original stream, the first one. And that'll be pretty awesome if you guys wanted to go back to that one and enjoy it, because I thought it was neat to be able to go through that and just see it. And there were some other ones in April when we had the additional stuff, the fissures open up and things like that. You know, so those are other days that you want to be looking at as well, that are really awesome, and really do think those were good times back then. And I wish we could see something like that happening around here. Not that we want anyone hurt or anything, but I wouldn't mind having a volcano pop here in Alberta. Although I don't think it's going to happen. We don't have anything that is active in any way, shape, or form in this province. We might get some earthquakes from them sucking all the oil out of the ground and leaving empty cavities, but other than that, I think it's pretty safe to say here in Alberta we're not going to see any kind of an volcanic eruption unless we have some major catastrophe happening on our wonderful planet. So the bunnies are safe, if that's what we want to do. Anyway, let's go over and have a look at our earthquakes and see what's happening there. Before we go to the earthquakes, quick sneak peek at here's Oh, here's a Pavlov. Let's see if there. That's Pavlov today, and that is not a bad shot. And there we go, that's better. And EC saying so much fun. Yeah, it is. Bunnies and volcanoes and snowmen and all kinds of things. And icy volcanoes right there. So pretty cool. Let's get over to our earthquake map though, and we'll see what's shaking. Oop, I need to click on that button. There we go. Welcome, EC. Good to have you on board. And yep, EC seen this before, or back then a stream. It's old stuff. I see a new earthquake up here. I'm gonna check it out. 5.0 happened at 1705 up in Sukchang, Russia. Sukchang, right there. Anyway, that is 10 kilometers down because they don't really know how deep it was. And that is interesting to see one there. I don't typically see earthquakes right there. But hey, it is what it is. And let's look at our other wonderful things. Looks like our activity is diminishing on Tanaga Island here. And definitely nowhere near as many earthquakes in the last couple of days. So Dr. Fox, the closest volcano with any chance of erupting in our lifetime craters is what? A crater of the moon in Idaho. Oh, you think so? Well, a crater of the moon in Idaho. It's close, I guess, but that'll if those happen, that'll kill all the rattlesnakes there. I don't know if I mentioned that story to you guys, that I was down there with a friend of mine. We were looking at those, and anyway, the one pit, my buddy said, "Oh, why don't you climb down in there?" And I said, "No thanks, no thanks. I don't want to. There's snakes down there." And there were a bunch of rattlesnakes down in the bottom of that thing. Anyway, yep, that is, yeah, Mars, I don't think we're going to see anything erupt very close to here. Anyway, let's go over here. We did see a bigger quake right there, 5.4, 19 kilometers southwest of Anchor Point, Alaska. No, there is no tsunami. I checked that already. 65.4 kilometers down. Came in at 9:06 a.m. So that is a little bit bigger than the usual little tremors they get in the area, and hopefully nobody was affected by that. But that is in Alaska. Sliding down a little bit more, we don't see anything until we get down to the end of the Baja here, and we see a 4.2, and that appears to be on the Pacific side of the plate, or Pacific plate, and pushing up against, of course, the Cocos plate, and just up on the top, and you can see it crinkling here, so definitely got some plate action happening there. And not sure what else we got here. We got a couple little ones. 4.5 off the coast of Costa Rica, 8:12 a.m., 32.8 kilometers down. The next one is another 4.5 from 3:51 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Out in the water, both of them, and shallow area. Don't see anything else in Chile or Peru today, and nothing out here at the South Sandwich Islands. Sliding over a bit, looking at New Zealand. We don't see anything new here or there, according to this map, but let's take a look at the other map real quick. I'm going to refresh that before we do that. And I want to go take a look at what we actually had here, and take a look at some of those quakes. We've seen this one that came in at a 906. That would have been that bigger spike that we seen on the Taupo chart, that 3.3, and that would make sense. It's a little distance away, so it wouldn't have been full scale, but that would make a little more sense to me while we've seen that, and that is pretty cool and pretty awesome. And of course we still see that massive swarm here at Kawero, if I said it right. I hope I did. Anyway, let's go back to the other map. So that is in this area in general. Let's zoom out a little bit. Fiji had a 4.2 from 4:45 a.m. and that is 5:45.4 kilometers down. A couple here in Papua New Guinea, 4.7 from yesterday at 21:09, 10 clicks down. Then we got a 4.7, and they call it a Bismarck C. And 20:55 yesterday, 10 kilometers down. There's a third one underneath there. Also, no, that's a 4.9 from 20:45, and also 10 clicks down. So a 3 right there in a row on the same spot. We'll get that one in a second. Let's grab this one off the coast of Sumatra here. 4.9, 13:30 was the time on that. 58.1 kilometers down for him. And if we zoom in, that is a little distant out. So I don't know if they would have fell too much on the island. But let's go over and have a look at this one. Is that on land? No, that's in the water as well. 4.8, and they call it the Siram Sea area. And that is from 1618, 10 kilometers down. And going to the next one, that is a 4.9. That's out in the water as well. From 1925, 10 kilometers down. And let's go up a little bit more. We don't see anything along directly along Japan. We do see up here in the Kuril Island region 4.4 from 12 noon, 191.2 kilometers down. And that is, we got that guy already, so we're not going to worry about going over him. A couple more quakes out here, and either Tajikistan, that's what it looks like. Yep, a 4.5 from 11:07, 18.6 clicks down, and a 4.1, 1 minute after midnight, 106.6 kilometers down for him. And going here, looking at Turkey, we see one, a 4.3, 6:54 a.m., 9.8 kilometers down. That's our time, of course. And I don't believe there are, oh, there's one more up here in the northern portions of our, it says a Norwegian Sea area, and that is exactly where it is, on the mid-Atlantic ridge. And of course, that's Svalbard up here, and Jan Mayen Islands right in here. So that is called the Norwegian Sea, and this is the Greenland Sea. So right there, and that's cool. We see it, and tells us that plates are moving, and that is interesting. So let's leave that be. Let's go to this one. Take a look at the Canary Islands. See if we have anything shaking there real quick, and then it is break time. And whoa, cool far north quake. Yep, we did redo that real quick. Looking at it, we have a new quake that is from 10 minutes after 12 noon, 1.4 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down for that guy. And really not anywhere serious, but very small, 10 kilometers down, not going to do a darn thing for you. And we don't see anything else further north here. I was looking up here, don't see anything on the East Azores Ridge. So everything is good for now. We do see this one, Front Terra. That one was a 2.9, and that was on the 18th, 33 kilometers down. And that's quite deep for right there. The one thing about this area that I worry about is you see how sharp and steep this is over here. Same thing goes for this side. That actually, these both sides have caused tsunamis in the past from the material sliding off. So those are something that you always want to consider when you see a very steep edge like this. You're not going to see that over here. This is the steep side on this side, and it's kind of this one here too. And Hawaii has got a few steep areas as well. And so those might cause tsunamis if we had something shifting in a major respect. But let's leave that be. That's it for there. I'm going to come back after the break. We'll take a look at Hawaii, see what we got shaking in Hawaii. And on that note, break time. So for those good people who have not yet... Oh, hang on, I'm on the wrong spot. I'll go there. All right, for those people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That'd be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, going to go take a little bit of a break, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Thank you, everyone. Stick around, and we'll get back to finishing up our quakes and then get into the SO2 map and then the weather. So I'll be back. there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. And thank you for the welcome back, Uncle Doc from Old Mummy of Hamsters. And let's see, who else we got there? Thanks, Mars 2028, Sue and Kevin. Appreciate that. I think some people are oblivious to the camera being there. Yep, some are, Sue, and some are very much so aware of it and purposely do things. Like the guy that came up with the 2 thumbs up. So it's all cool, all good. Anyway, all fine on that side of the things. Let's go back over to our earthquakes. We were going to have a quick peek at Hawaii and see what we had there for shakers and quakers. And let's see. Speaking of Hawaii, 2 Pineapples was over last night in the stream, and he is back at things, so they were doing some production shoots out on some boats, so pretty cool. Anyway, 1.8 there. This is the Pahala area, so everything between 26 and about 37 kilometers down. We'll just mention times, and these are our times, so it'll take off 3 hours to get to that. Real time for Hawaii. Anyway, 9:08 a.m. for that 1.8. And next one beside him is a 2.0 from 12:33, and the next one is a 1.8 from 10:12. Then getting on to land, we do see this one. 2.1 from yesterday, 2051, and the other one beside it is from today at 6:29 a.m. 2.1 in magnitude for him. Looking at these other ones, there's 2 real close together. The larger one is a 2.1 from 1:14 a.m. and the smaller one a 1.8 from 8:52 a.m. We've got this one over here, 2.7. I think that's the largest out of the batch today, from 2:25 a.m. for that guy. And then we've got this one here, a 1.9, and that is 8:46 a.m. for him. So that covers those guys. Let's see what else we got. We got one over here, 1.7. This is from 5:07 a.m., 3.7 kilometers below sea level. And then one way over here, 2.3, and that's at 4:06 a.m. Today, 2.4 kilometers below sea level. And then we see one in a very odd location over here, 2.0 from 13:47, and that was 14.1 kilometers below sea level. We don't have anything else in the outskirts or perimeter area, so those are the only quakes that we have in Hawaii, so that is all cool. Let's go over to our SO2 map and see if I can find that first and refresh it before we get there. That'll be good. And click on this button. There's our SO2 map saying 2 degrees. They are so wrong. We were up to 6. Tomorrow's going to be a little cooler here, -4 according to these guys. In other words, it's going to get up to around the freezing mark. The weather guessers always so wrong. But what do you get when you're sitting in a studio in places like Atlanta and you don't have a real look at the situation? Anyway, we see very little coming off of the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see the Bering Sea and the Bering Strait have a little bit of an open area there, likely some bad weather in there washing all the SO2 out of the air, and then up in the northern portions, and then going around here we do see a circulation over the Yukon and portions of the Northwest Territories, and that SO2 trying to stay out of it so it doesn't get disrupted. And we see British Columbia, not bad for the most part. Vancouver Island, though, I don't know what that Bob is smoking over there. Probably fish. And he's creating that SO2 cloud from the south going northward. And I'm kidding, Bob. Anyway, we do see some clearer spots. And in Saskatchewan, Alberta, of course, dirty. And looking at the rest of Canada, the warm zone down south here definitely got SO2 all over it. Looks like a little bit clearer in the northern portions or northeastern portions and up into Quebec. And then we see Labrador and central North Quebec is very clean. Light stuff in Nova Scotia, a little heavier in New Brunswick, as well as out there in Newfoundland. Looking at most of the western areas of the United States, very low levels. Eastern side, actually not that bad, all things considered. We do see Popocatepetl is not pushing out as much, but it is being pushed across the Gulf of Mexico, hitting Florida and coming along the eastern coastline for the U.S. Central America, on the other hand, not that much output. We do see the leftover plumes from yesterday there in the Pacific, so that's kind of what we got there. And of course, some stuff from Colombia and Ecuador. Ecuador actually not that bad. And of course, here in Chile, looks like most of the Chilean stuff going out into the Pacific rather than across Argentina. That'll make them happy. And we do see some regular pollution, SO2 from Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo. This guy, though, is sneaking across here, bringing some SO2. And we see this remnants still floating out there. That'll dissipate eventually. And the White Isle volcano still off-gassing fairly hard. Nope, Leo definitely doesn't have his barbecue going. And we do see some SO2 there from the oil refineries and from the coking plants, so that's there for sure. Hey, Arliss, welcome, good to see you. And looking at Tofua, definitely a heavy output, not so much from Yasur, but Aoba and Agawa still working away. Looks pretty normal in Papua New Guinea. Luolatok still pushing out some material, and then you can see where Semeru did its thing, and then I'm sure some of this accumulation here is because of the Semeru, but also from our wonderful Merapi, and then Jakarta itself, and then of course extra stuff coming out of our wonderful Krakatau. And let's see, not very much from Sumatra, not going to worry about it. Ibu and Dakono still working away, doing their thing. Not quite as much coming out of Milan and Bulasan here in the southern portions of the Philippine Islands. And then we do see still getting a fair amount coming from Taal, as well as the people pollution in general. Moving up, Taiwan looks normal. China looks pretty normal. And looking at not so much coming from Suwanoshijima. Not sure what is happening here with the air circulations, but Sakurajima likely responsible for a good chunk of this. And then ASO being up in here could very well be responsible for some of that as well, depending on how that wind is actually flowing there and recirculating that. As we mentioned, not so bad from the Kamchatka Peninsula, so we'll leave that guy be. Sliding over India, pretty normal for what we've got. Looks like a pretty heavy there in from the gold refineries there in what is it, South Africa. There we go. Not so bad in the DR Congo area. They've eased up a bunch. Definitely see where RTVE is today, so it must be off gassing once more. And the oil refineries, we are seeing Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, Iraq and Iran doing their things. Lots of SO2 there. And look at the increase that we've got from Mount Etna. That is to be expected, and we did see that earlier. That's why one of the reasons I reported it, because there's increased rumblings. So definitely something to consider if Mount Etna might go in the future. We don't know. Not yet. No indicators that are going to make me panic yet. Anyway, Spain, Portugal, France, looking pretty good. Germany, a little bit. Same thing. Well, most of Holland, not bad. A little bit in Belgium, and looks like most of England is clear. Ireland is clear. Denmark is clear. Bottom end of Sweden and Norway are clear till you get up a little bit in Sweden. A lot more up in the edge of Norway, and then of course seeing quite a bit over here in Finland. And looking here in Iceland, doesn't look bad at all for Iceland, so that is okay. Let's get our wonderful weather map going, and we'll start on that. And there we go, nice and a fresh map. And we'll start by taking a look here. Big circulation here in the Bering Sea, and that has likely got a bunch of rain involved with it. As we've seen, it was open, so that's likely what's causing the cleaner area right there. And then we see the warmer areas, and in Russia. Oh, why did that freeze up? Uh-oh. That froze. My mouse is still moving. Oh, okay. There we go. Let's zoom in here. Alright, something is driving my system crazy. I might have to reload that. 12 in Vancouver. Let me reload this, refresh it. That may not have loaded correctly. There we go. Yeah, about 12, 13 in Vancouver. Over on the rock, we see about 11 degrees or 12 degrees for Bob. Sliding over, taking a look at in Edmonton, it says 3 on here. We were at 6, so 2 in Calgary, and not so bad. Still streaming. Yep, I'm still streaming. One fish at 26, and all good. Let's see, a swift current coming in at -3, and that is okay. Moving over a bit, seeing Winterpeg at about -6, and -6 in the area for Judy M over there. And looking at looks like they've got the warmer air pushing up across the Great Lakes, so that's pushing that cold back up. Toronto coming in at about -2. London is 1 or -1. Detroit is +1. Chicago +2. About 0 at Henry Nelson's place. And going over, taking a look, a little bit colder there in New Brunswick at about 7. Montreal -8. Quebec -8, and Halifax coming in at 0. And let's see, what do we got for, I say 0 degrees for Cole Harbor, I bet. And, oh, -1 for Cole Harbor. I was close, Sue. Looks like about the same for the Avalon Peninsula, a little bit colder in the interior of Newfoundland, and then we get up in the northern portions of Newfoundland, Labrador. We see it get some of that very cold stuff up top, even in the top of Quebec here, minus 30 in some places. Way too cold for me, for those guys. We do still see that cold, and it stretched back down into the all the way into Mexico here. But let's see, Portland coming in at 12, and we got 16 in San Jose, we got 15 in LA, and looks like Death Valley probably somewhere around 21, 22 degrees. And that would probably be okay. 24 there in Mexicali. Let's see what Death Valley comes up as. 19 degrees. Well, that's still not bad. You're not going to die. 22 in Phoenix. They've got the warmth. And it looks like we've got 21 in Tucson, and then going up to Albuquerque, 9 degrees there. Big difference. Yep, that cold air is sitting all the way down here. There's looks like a circulation going somewhere, pinpointed somewhere around here, Victoria area. And 13 in San Antonio, 14 there in Houston, Austin coming in at 14, Dallas only 11 right now. Going up to Oklahoma, they're at 9, but we see some warmer temperatures. Amarillo coming in at 12, and that warmer temp going up and just kind of scooting around the cold drop here. And let's see, we are seeing 9 degrees in New Orleans. They must be freezing. Miami, not that warm today, at 21 degrees, and we see 12 there in Jacksonville. Atlanta only 4. Burr, Charlotte, North Carolina is a 6. 5 for Grandma B. That's like 38 degrees Fahrenheit, 39. That's not very good. Philadelphia 0, and we've got about 1 degree there, just above freezing in New York, 1 degree below 0. So about 31 Fahrenheit there in Boston. And we can see where the warm line is out in the water. And let's see, what time is it? And we can do Mexico real quick. And then we'll stop there. And it looks like Mexico City is 17. Acapulco coming in at 27. And if we go take a look at Cancun, the vacation destination, 22, 23, looks like a little bit warmer in the interior areas, 30 in some places here in, that'd be Nicaragua, and even the interior of Mexico here, some places as high as 34, 35 degrees. That's awesome. And looking at Panama, looking at 27, 28 degrees. Nice. And we'll stop there. And this will be our cutoff point. We'll look at South America after the break. Let's get you back over to some lava. This, of course, is from day 1 from our volcano eruption live stream when we first started it. And of course, that is Bob, our wonderful volcano. And what happened to my, they were playing with the camera settings. I'm sure they'll fix that, though. We lived through that once already, so that is pretty awesome. Anyway, it is a lavally looking. Oh, there, they cranked it back up just a tad. That is awesome. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Hit the like. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed yet, the stuff that we are seeing on the screen is, of course, our 2-year anniversary for Bob there, the volcano that started it all in Geldingadalur in Fragadalfjall in Iceland on the Reykjanes Peninsula. And hopefully you're enjoying that recap. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be taking a break, and I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and we'll continue on with our weather. Then I'll take a look at the precipitation, and then hunt down the coldest places on the planet. And we'll keep an eye on the hottest places as we're going through. Don't go away. I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all still here. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars and Kevin Haynes, and thank you, Old Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc, and thanks One Fish and Sue, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Oh, one day I will sing it for you, Sharon. But I still want you to send me that recording. Darn it. And that's going to have to happen. Oh, let's get back over to that weather map, whether we like it or not. And, yeah. I'm not a good singer, just to forewarn you. I really am not. Anyway, we are seeing some nice temperatures there in Venezuela and Colombia. They're up at the 31 degree mark. Venezuela maybe a little bit hotter at 32 to 34 in some spots, but not bad all the way around. And looking at Brazil, kind of high 20s there for the most part in the Congo area, or up in the jungle-ish area up in the Amazon, and then further down, a little bit cooler, but not by much. Rio de Janeiro coming in at about 23 right now. Sao Paulo 21. Bolivia a little bit cooler than yesterday, sitting at about 24, 23, and some of the places a little bit higher, but nothing really crazy. Paraguay coming in at about 25 up to 28. There we see that, and looks like we've got our 34, 35, 36 degrees there in some of those places in Argentina. So very warm in those areas. And looking at kind of up to about 27 there in Uruguay, 23 at the coast. Let's see what Paysandú is, 26 right now there. Buenos Aires coming in a little cooler at 25. Still some warm temps, but not that warm. As you get down here, you can see it's kind of messed up with the weather systems that are in the area. So colder stuff on the bottom, and of course the Chilean side is Chile on the bottom. 21 in Santiago though, that's really nice for them. And looking at what we've got over here in New Zealand, looks like the western coast of the South Island very cool again, possibly more rain in there. We're seeing a low there. Christchurch coming in at about 24 degrees. Wellington about 19 right now. Taupo would be somewhere around 17. That's not that warm. Our Shaken area over here is 20 degrees roughly, 19, 20. And Auckland coming in around 20, a little bit warmer out on the peninsula, up to 22 degrees. So that's not so bad. Looks like Tasmania is getting some cold temps again. That high here pushing up that cold Arctic air, or Antarctic air. 12 degrees there in Hobart, and not seeing really warm temperatures. The top might be 15 degrees up there. And Melbourne 16, and that is not good weather for a barbecue for Leo. And we are seeing 18 and over on the other side here, Adelaide, and then of course about 22 there in Sydney, home of Oz, 27 degrees, always nice temperatures there. That is awesome. Looking for the higher temperatures, seeing 36 so far for the highest, so that's kind of matching over what we're seeing in Argentina there, unless there's something warmer over here. No, it doesn't look like it. Perth coming in at about 24 right now. that's not bad. And yeah, pretty normal for that 91p is still sitting here. He kind of reminds me that must be a reincarnation of Freddy. It is what it is. Actually, I think they've got it on the wrong spot. It should be over here. Because that is, yeah, it would be right there. And we do see the other circulation there and another one here. So that is kind of nasty. Pretty normal in Vanuatu and New Caledonia. And then, of course, seeing up to about 31, 32 in Papua New Guinea, but everything looks a little easier today, not so hot for them. Same thing with eastern Indonesia, and looking at some of the other islands. Looks like Bali here is kind of a warmish on the southern end at 28, not bad. And anywhere from 20 to about 25 degrees, 26 in a couple of spots there for Java. And looking at what we see for Sumatra, a little cooler today than it was yesterday. Same thing with the rest of our Indonesian and Malaysian areas. Bangkok coming in about 27, 28, depending on where you hold your hamster. I'm seeing 27, the map, or Sue brought up 28, but that's close enough. 26 there, a little cooler for them in Manila. Sliding up, looks a little cooler in Taiwan as well. Some of that mixed air coming up, and Kagoshima coming in at about 13 today. That's a little cooler than it was yesterday. Tokyo, 11 degrees right now. We do see the higher elevations are much colder there in Japan. Sapporo coming in at about 5 degrees right now. That's not that bad. And Kamchatka Peninsula, we got all kinds of stormy activity on both sides of it, but looks like anywhere from about -5 to -12. 13 up in the northern end, 16. Whoa, cold. The further north you go, the colder it gets. Looking at Sri Lanka, a little bit on the cooler side today, down a couple of degrees. 17 degrees in Delhi, not that bad. Cape Town at 18, and no Freddy. Darn it. Okay, I guess Freddy's gone. He ain't coming back. Never. Not till they run out of names again. And I'm looking for really high temperatures, but not seeing anything crazy. So about 36 degrees over in Australia and Argentina is what we got. Not seeing anything too wild over in UAE or Oman or Yemen or south end of what is it? Saudi Arabia is okay. Baghdad coming in about 14. Still cold in Cairo. They've got cold. And looks like the same thing with the cooler temperatures, single digits in a lot of places in Morocco and the coastal areas of Algeria and even up here in Tunisia, and then a little bit in Libya going over into Egypt. So not so warm for them. And let's see, Turkey area. Yeah, they are seeing very low temperatures in the sense some places as cold as a -4 or 5. Adana coming in at about 13 right now, though that's a lower land though. And let's take a look and see what we've got for a piggy. She's got about 12 or 13 degrees right there. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Sue. Athens coming in at about 8, and the next one is Redanzo coming probably in about 8 degrees as well, 8 or 9 somewhere thereabouts. And 6. Oh, that's a big difference. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. If they get more snow on Mount Etna, we'll know. 12 in Naples, and Rome coming in at about 12. And looking at what we see up in Milano, 10 degrees up there. And we'll skip Sardinia around the 10 degree mark anyway. Looks like still a fairly cool, single digits or just slightly over that 10 mark in some places, and I'll get it, Portugal, there we go. And of course 10 in Madrid, Spain. Aurelio only 5 degrees today. He'll be cold. And looks like a little bit warmer in, well, in some spots, not that many places. So looks like they got very cold temperatures up in the highlands there along the border. And of course the Alps, very cold temperatures still as well. Nantes, where Tanto comes from, 6 degrees right now. And about a 5 in Paris. Looking at Munich, 7 degrees. Frankfurt is coming in at 8. Looks warmer up the further north we go. 9 in Cologne. And Van Kunkel's house about 8. And then we're seeing Brussels coming in at about 5. OFU Lux has got about 7 or 8 degrees. Amsterdam coming in at about 6, and sliding over Berlin at a balmy 10, and Hamburg 8 degrees, and going up. Looking at Copenhagen is about a 5, and Aarhus coming in at a 7. Quick peek, Oslo 3 degrees, and Stockholm 3. St. Petersburg coming in at 1, Moscow being cold at -5, and getting over to England, we see a 7 in London. Leeds coming up to about 7 as well. Looks like maybe a tad warmer in Wales, but not by much. And we see Glasgow 5 degrees, Aberdeen 6. And some of the lower lands there are somewhere almost 0 degrees. And looking at Dublin coming in at 12, and looks like Doolin on the other side about 11 degrees. Thank you, Sue. And that warm air is not making it all the way up to Iceland though, and that is because they've got this high sitting there pushing that stuff down. And that looks cold in the interior of Iceland at down to -16 or so. No wonder no volcanoes can go. It's too darn cold. And Reykjavik coming in at about 3 or 4 degrees below freezing. And that's what we've got there for our temperatures. Let's have a quick peek at precipitation. Looks like a little bit of snow up in Alaska and around the islands out here. Anchorage, no, they're dry yet. It's just to the south of them. And looking here, the panhandle of Alaska and Queen Charlotte's, and some stuff on the northern portion of Vancouver Island getting rain. Looks like Seattle, well, south of Seattle, Portland area from Eugene northward, and looks like they are getting some rain there. Don't see anything else out in the open here other than a little spot of snow up in the Northwest Territories, and a little bit of snow up in the north of Toronto, Sudbury area, maybe some, and a little bit further in the northern portion. Some snow there in New York State, and along the St. Lawrence Seaway, some stuff there. And hopefully it's not snowing for Sue. We do see some snow in the eastern side of Nova Scotia. And of course looking at the system that's here with that low churning off of the Labrador coast. We're seeing some snow getting all the way into Quebec, and that is good. Good night, Kevin Haynes, if you're leaving. There's that snow there. Okay, that's good, Sue. And looking at the U.S., we do see that California is getting more moisture, and it looks like a snow in the interior of Nevada. Looks like LA might be getting some snow or rain and snow in a couple of spots in the higher elevations, maybe. Some rain there in Arizona as well, and the bottom southwest corner of Utah. Looks like a pretty dry in most of the other states. We do have a couple little strips across Florida, but nothing crazy. And then some storms down here in Cuba, and they are getting it, as well as the Yucatan Peninsula and Guatemala and those areas. So Belize and Honduras and El Salvador, and getting into a little bit into Nicaragua, and some down here in Costa Rica and Panama, of course. The jungles of Brazil and Peru and those areas all are getting some rain. And it looks like Buenos Aires area getting some stormy stuff. Paysandú has got some rain happening too, and that is okay. Looks like Rio and Sao Paulo are okay. Bottom end of the Chilean area, definitely some stuff happening there. And look, I was right. Look at all that rain along that coast. That is not good for them, and that looks like it's going to continue for a while. So South Island, western side, definitely getting a bunch of rain. A few little rain spots there in the North Island, nothing major. Bit of rain in the cold areas down in the southern portion of Tasmania, and some rain somewhere right around Sydney and the that little bit of a coastal area. A couple spots in the interior of the outback, but nothing major. Maybe some stuff along the coast north of Brisbane as well. And yeah, that 91P continuing to wreak havoc in these Fijian island areas, and likely in Tonga as well. Hopefully not too bad. We do see that extended stuff here in Vanuatu, and Papua New Guinea not as bad, but still there. And of course we see Sumatra's got all kinds of weather happening, and the Philippine and Malaysian countries here are getting nailed with more stuff in the middle. A little bit of rain in Thailand, not that bad. Looking at the eastern portions of India, looks like they're getting wet. We've got a storm sitting out here in the Sea of China, and that is creating some havoc for them. And looks like not bad for most of Japan as far as moisture. A couple spots, small places, nothing major, and a few snow flurries on the bottom and the northern portions of the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see that low in the Bering Sea here doing its thing. And looking at what we've got, India definitely getting some rain in places. And Madagascar, not bad for what's happening in the area. We do see some activity going all the way into Central Africa, South Central areas. Not bad for the bottom end, with the exception of that low that might just be brushing along Cape Town, but I don't know if it's going to move east or west. We'll see what happens in the future. A little bit of rain, southern portions of Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and a little bit in Oman, nothing too crazy. And looks like Syria and most of Turkey here, rain in a lot of different places. Hopefully they will all be okay. No rain for Piggy. No rain for Piggy. No rain in looks like there in Sicily. We do see, though, northern Italy, north of Rome, all the way up to Milano, getting nailed pretty good. Nothing in Portugal or Spain, a little bit in France, in a couple of spots, some isolated spots in Germany, as well as Poland, a little bit there. And same thing with Denmark, not bad. Sweden, on the other hand, southern end has got some rain on the western side, and then of course snow in Norway. What a surprise. Snow up in the northern end of Sweden as well, as we go look at it, and Finland being infiltrated with that as well. And the warmer areas are definitely, everybody's getting rain there, depending on where they are. A little bit open stuff, but it looks like all kinds of different showers. Looks like Doolin may be getting some rain in Ireland as well. And let's take a look at our wonderful Iceland. A little bit of snow down in the bottom end, that's it. A couple of spots in the north, nothing serious though. And let's go hunt for some cold temperatures on the planet. So cold temps, let's see. Whoa, did I look at that correctly? Minus 74 degrees Celsius? You're kidding me. Holy Batman. That is cold. Minus 74. Oh, I seen a minus 75. Oh my God. Minus 76. Are you kidding me? Minus 76 degrees. Let's see if we can find anything colder. As if that isn't cold enough. So minus 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. Do we have a minus 80? Do we have a minus 80? We've got minus 79 degrees Celsius. That is incredible. Yeah, how the tides have turned. Come on, show me a minus 80. Let me flip out. Minus 79. You gotta be kidding me. That is what in Fahrenheit? That is just, well, put it this way, it's too cold. Oh, yeah. Minus 79 degrees Celsius is absolutely nuts. No, not for me. No wonder there's nobody living there. Oh, minus 79 degrees Celsius. I don't know. What are we going to do with that? Well, I can tell you, you're not going to be doing a lot of things out there. Minus 79. I'm going to live with minus 79. I don't want to find minus 80. That's too cold. Let's take a look and see what we got in lovely Greenland and warm up just a tad at minus 46 so far. Oh boy, minus 45. What do we got? 46 in there. 45. Let's see. Minus 46. I gotta find that again. Where'd that go? There's a minus 46. That's 110 degrees below zero Fahrenheit. Okay, thanks. That is nuts, Sharon. Oh my God, 110 below, eh? Yeah. No thanks. I see a minus 47 there in Greenland. Let's see if we can find a minus 48. Minus 47 so far. That's a minus 47 right there. I'm not seeing a minus 48 as of yet. We do have 46s though. 45s. Getting a warmer over there. No, it's got to be right in. Oh, I've seen something in here that looked awful cold. Let's see if we can zoom in on that area. Minus a 47, 46, 47, 47. I thought I seen a minus a 48 on there for a second, but I may have just swept over it and seen a 6 change. So a minus a 47 so far as the cold in Greenland. Minus a 47. And do we see anything colder? I don't see anything colder right now. I may be stuck at a minus a 47. Okay, well, I think I'm going to have to call a minus a 47. I don't see a minus a 48. Yeah, 46, 40. Oh, I found a minus a 48 right there. Minus a 48 degrees Celsius. And there we go. And that is a one little spot there. Do we have a minus a 49? No. Minus a 48? No, a minus a 49. Okay, minus a 48 degrees Celsius. I didn't go to Alaska. No, I don't want to go to Alaska either. It's cold there. All right, a minus a 48 there. And let's see what else we've got in the Canadian north. And let's see if we can find a minus of 79 degrees Celsius in the Canadian north. That would be pretty cool. Or hang on, that's not cool, that's cold. What happened here? I zoomed out accidentally. All right, let's look around that high, and we'll find some cold stuff there, I'm sure. Zooming in, looking at, we got a minus 36. That is t-shirt weather for penguins. That's not that cold. Minus 36 there, minus 36 there. Let's go to this area. There's a cold here, minus 38, 39. And, oh, I see a minus 40. Do we have a minus 41? We got minus 40. We need minus 41. There's a minus 40. What about right in there? No. In here? No. What about there? 37s? No. 39. No. Along the mountains? No. So we have minus 40. And there's the minus 40 right there. I gotta find a minus 30, minus 41. Let's see, is there any other open spots that are cold? Yeah, it looks warmer up there. I think I might have to live with a minus 40. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find anything colder. These other areas are all warmer. What about here? Minus 35, that's warmer. Okay, I'm calling it minus 40 for our Canadian Arctic. And let's see what we've got up in our Siberian areas, or Russia. Minus 38 already there, minus 41. Okay, 41. What about over here? No. 30 something, 40. We have a 41. We need a colder than a 41. What about up here? There's a 41, there's a 42. Let's zoom in a bit in on this area. Minus a 42. And what do we got? Minus a 42 so far. Oh, and there's a minus a 43. Minus a 43. Right in there. So, okay. And what about the other cold spots up here? Minus a 43 is what we've got so far. Not going to beat that, I don't think. What about these little islands of coldness? Minus a 40, 30 something, no. 30 something, nope, 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 no, no. And no, oh, minus a 41 right there. Looks like no go on that. Minus a 37. No. Minus a 39. I think minus what did I say I had? Minus a 43 or 44? 43. 40. Yeah. Oh, hang on, what do we got here? There's a minus a 41 or 42 hiding in there as well. And there's a minus a 43. Let's zoom into this area, see if we can find a minus a 44. And a minus a 43 for sure. 41. Nope, 42. Minus a 40. No, 41 again. There's that 42, 43. All right. Minus a 43 is our cold for Siberia or Russia, because that's not in Siberia anymore. But there's a minus a 43. Okay, a 41. 41. Oh, a minus a 44, minus a 45. There we go, minus a 45. Oh, I seen a 6. It's in here somewhere. There it is, a minus a 46. Let's zoom in and see if we can find a minus a 47. Okay, we had a minus a 46. Looks like it's warmer around the edges here at a minus a 45. So 43, 42. No, that ain't doing it. I think I'm gonna have to live with that minus a 46 right there. Okay, I'm gonna call it minus a 46 degrees, and that is what we got. Coldest temperature record. Whoa, that is too cold. All right, how'd I do there, Sharon? Minus 79, yep. Minus 48, yep. Minus 40, yep. And a minus 46. Compared to Sue's, did I win? Or did she bury me again? Uh-oh, tie. A tie across the board. Oh my God, at least I didn't get a beating. 2 winners, all right. Well, we'll live with that. I am okay with a tie, and that is all good. And at least, yeah, we are in sync there. Thank you, Sharon, for keeping tabs on the score. And of course, thank you, Sue, for doing your thing. And Sue gets the food going for the underprivileged aminals, and we'll get you back over here to some warm lava, and let everyone warm up. So that is it for today's stream, you guys. And I really do appreciate each and every one of you being here. And it is wonderful that you could all be here and share our wonderful stream for today, since it was all about the 2-year anniversary of our wonderful Fragile volcano Bob and its successors, I guess, as an Ragnar and all that nice stuff. And it's also a basically a 2-year stream, a 2-year anniversary for me streaming the volcanoes. So that is pretty awesome, and I want to say a big thank you to everyone for your support over the course of the 2 years. You guys are all awesome, and a big thank you goes out to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live and Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas. Thank you, moderators. It's been awesome and an honor having you here as moderators. So thank you very kindly. And also want to say a super big thank you to our super chatters today, and we've got quite a few. And Linda Schoof and Grandma B and Juliet and Kevin Haynes and Sharon P and Speedy Dormouse and Omami of Hamsters and Michael Olson and Mars 2028 and Reform BBC and Jane Mary. Thank you all for your wonderful super chats and support. Thank you to each and every one of the members in here of that are signed up in green. I appreciate all of you, and of course every one of you in the Lava family, whether you're not a member or not, you're still part of that Lava family. So thank you for being here, everyone, and it is greatly appreciated. Been an awesome 2 years so far, and as far as I can see, as far as the future continues, we are going to continue to do the volcano stream. Not going to stop it or anything like that, and we are going to carry on and do our thing in the future, and hopefully we'll get some volcanic eruption somewhere soon. That would really help. That is something that always brings the numbers up all the way around, and that's something that I'm hoping for. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up, you guys. Thanks everyone again. And Sue, you're very welcome. And it's not only Bob's anniversary, it's my 2 years of streaming volcanoes as well. And that is something that I got to consider. And that is, we got to look forward. So keeping fingers crossed that we're going to have some lovely eruptions in wonderful places that are not going to hurt any people or dislodge anyone from their homes, but beautiful views and fountainous volcanoes, because that's what we like. On those notes, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the wonderful support over the last 2 years, and thanks again to our moderators and all our supporters. And it has been a privilege so far to be here to do this. So thank you, everyone, and we look forward to doing many more streams in the future. Keep smiling and keep a happy face. And on those notes, I'm going to wrap it up with please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, celebrating 2 years of Volcano Streaming. Good night, everyone. Take care and all the best. And we'll see you all tomorrow on our regular Monday stream hours. And thanks again, and good night. Oink, oink.